become the day. Far from the place where you feel them today. Oh, see how they weigh like iron in your pockets on a warm summer day. Be free from the swing and be on your way. Jump into misery, holding your hand as you chase the shadows away. Take away 1,001 little words that you say. Oh, take them away. Free from this way.
Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her horns, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, ruby, ruby, ruby.
You can't breathe underwater. Get yourself above the waves. Just a lamb for the slaughter, another victim to the graves. But the world keeps turning as yours is burning. So are you earning now? All right. You can choose to surrender. Give it all away tonight. Or you can knock for adventure. Find a way into the light. But the world keeps turning and yours is burning. Oh, are you running now? I don't need no sympathy. There's gotta be a better way. I don't want these things. Pain and war is all it brings. There's gotta be a better way. burning. Oh, are you earning now? The world moves on as yours is gone. Oh, are you really one? I don't need no sympathy. There's gotta be a better way. I don't want these things. Pain and war is all it brings. There's gotta be a better way. I don't need no sympathy. There's gotta be a better way. Be a better way. I don't want these things. Pain and war is all it brings. There's gotta be a better way. There's gotta be a better way. There's gotta be a better way. Ow! Hey, all right. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, turn that way, hi. What's up? Welcome. Love that hat. So do I. I will not lie to you. This is my favorite bucket hat ever, and I hate bucket hats. So, yeah. I like it too. What's up, all y'all? General Tip, so stoked. Thank you very much for dropping in with us here, even if you're not here. Got to fix this pedal board because the battery, not the battery, but the power button doesn't like to stay on. And I played an entire fucking show with that. It was mind-bendingly stupid. Notification was gold. Thank you, Lograv. I appreciate it. Welcome, and thanks for being back. I'd like to see you there. General Tips is hyped because he just started playing his electric kit again. Used the 7/8 metronome. I play a gnome. To play around. Took a minute to get the counting down, but after 10 minutes, I had a killer jam session jumping in and out of 7/8 and 4/4. That's nice. Those are two nice. They interact nicely. Interesting. I like that. Has it been a week already? I know, right? It's not, actually. It's been slightly less than a week. It's been 6 days. Because last stream was on, last feedback stream was last Wednesday. We are Tuesday, the usual day for this feedback stream, as much as possible. Let's make sure it's on right. I could also... I love this hat so much. It's very versatile. The sound of everything just changed. Like, literally, this was enough to cup sound so that I heard myself from, like, every angle. It's crazy. What's up, Scion? Thanks for joining the queue. Appreciate that. I not, same goes to you. Welcome back. Evil Nuts here to drop in with some lurk energy. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate all my lurkers, including Weeb of Canada, who's doing the same thing. Low Gravity, what's this playlist? It is my personal music playlist. It's the songs that I know will never, ever... I don't like this as much as the other one. It will never... Yeah, this is much better. It will never get copyright flagged because that's my own shit. And if someone someone flags me, it's because they're impersonating a Mofk. So, yeah, it's my shit. It's the shit that I make. It's all that was all produced by me one way or the other. One of them was with co-produced with an artist who's actually on Twitch, I think right now, live, literally right now. Dear Lola, good producer, great producer, and a good man in general. What do we got here? I not just hanging out. Real CDM, Ciudad de México, por ejemplo. No sé. Yo quiero solo saber. What's up? And thanks for joining the queue as well. Low Gravity, hell yeah, I love that freaking hat. Yeah, we've already been over that. I gotta AFK for 15 minutes. Gotta drive home. Love this energy today. Well, shit. All right. Well, get home safe, I suppose. Scion V2AD. Jesus. It sounds like one of my mix files. Sounds like what it is. So let's just jump into it, guys, because we got a couple people in the queue already. We've got a couple people watching, waiting patiently. So let's just jump on in. So let's get Scion's link in the chat, please, so we can begin this crusade. I'm on my last page of my notebook. This is the last page that I used. This one here. This one right here. And I've got that, and that's it. Then this will all have been, the rest of the book will all have been for streaming. Except there's some comedy bits in here. I wrote some comedy at a time. I was like wondering if I should use this for like a podcast idea book. And so I wrote down some podcast ideas, topics, and like stuff. And then I wasted some pages, but then I started like writing comedy material down, which is not great. This is one pretty good. This one's pretty good. Okay. I think I was riffing on the fact of immigrants. And I was like, why use the word immigrants? And I think my girlfriend and I were talking about it, and it's like, why immigrants? The word immigrants implies so many like weird things. It's on topic, actually, considering the state of the South in this moment. South of North America, I suppose. Central, I guess? I don't fucking know. But yeah, I was wondering why we use immigrants. And I was talking to my girlfriend, and she was like, you know how many times I've been called a dirty Jew? And I said, okay, fine, I'll stop that. It's funny. It's a joke. I don't actually, seriously. It's a joke. It's not really the way I feel. At all. Even remotely. Because otherwise we wouldn't be dating. But we are. So, yes, as my mod says, it's only SoundCloud links here. Saint Bototi. But you are on the queue despite that. So we are going to whip open... we're going to whip open the file here that we got. Okay, what are you crying about? It's free. It's free. You could literally make a free account and upload your song. And it's the easiest platform to do it, too. You can literally sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook. It's free. It's like the platform I chose to make it easiest for everybody. Not just people who have songs on Spotify and iTunes and stuff. It's like literally the easiest platform to use. No crying. Why cry? No cry. And if you don't want to share it yet, you can make it private and still share links. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's part of what makes SoundCloud amazing like that. You can still come in here with a SoundCloud link that you don't have to like release to anyone. The whole reason. Why cry? All right, I'm teasing rough, but I got this song here pulled up by Scion. Let's show you what it looks like. Red-Handed, produced by Iodine. Iodine is very crucial in an apocalypse scenario. So let's just pretend that we're not, even though we're very close. It is, I just wanted it to play through Spotify. If you're going to send me... Okay, so here's a couple of things, guys. Before we get to this, I'm sorry, I have to make this clear. Thank you, Scion, that you did Vox. Thank you. That's good context. I'm going to take that into consideration. Guys, if you're sending me finished music, you're in the wrong place. This isn't a hype chat. This isn't a hype stream. This isn't like I listen to your song, I give you a play, and other people listen to it and potentially give it. This is a place where we come to make sure our music is finished, not where we send finished music, even though if I were to listen to your finished music, I'd probably find some things to say that they're not finished. But this is a place where you come to send unreleased music. I could easily start a stream where I just listen to people's music and hype it. That's a music that's already played. That's not this kind of stream. This kind of stream is to improve your shit. So let's just make that clear right off the bat. If that was not what you were expecting, command leave is a command that is valid in this chat, and you could show everyone else some courtesy that they might not have had thereafter or before. That said, we have 10 minutes on the timer ready for Scion, and we got a song that he did vocals on and that was produced by Iodine. So let's focus our comments on the vocals and let's see what we got to say about it. All in 10 minutes. Let's go. One track per person. Okay. Okay. So I don't know where to start. Let's get into this here. Let me just adjust this window size so it is appropriate. There we go. Okay, let's start where you start. The vocals coming in here. Right off the bat, vocals being a little loud in this mix, in this portion already, a little bit aggressive, a little bit like jumping out from the woodwork, and it's kind of like, ow. Not only are they too loud though, the high frequencies are kind of shreddy. You've got this distortion on it that is like emphasizing the high frequencies to an extreme that I'm just not comfortable with. I don't like the sound of it. So that's note one. These vocals sound a little bit too much. And it begins a trend. It begins a trend throughout the entire song. The trend being too much. So there's some double vocals that are going on here at the same time as well. So I don't like, there are some moments where the harmonies are splitting apart. These double vocals are like splitting apart and doing different lines, but I can't tell if you're intentionally hitting those notes because those are the notes you want to sing, or if auto-tune is doing the majority of the work. Either way, there are moments in here where your harmonies are not coherent. This one specifically, you go like, take a chance, and you're like gliding into unison. You're going like splitting apart and then coming back. That technique is fine. That technique is fine. But the way that you achieve it sounds to me like auto-tune is really doing a lot of the heavy lifting for you. And I don't love that. So, the next note that I have, and this is a note for throughout. We don't like bots. So we're going to ban bots. There we go. The next note I have for you is one that is throughout relevant. And you can hear it even at the end. Even though I don't love the way that it cut, the end of your song is very revealing. And I mean this right here. Oi, oi, no, next up. No, nothing. No. So the reason that I'm mentioning this is because there is so much delay on all of your vocals, all the time, everywhere. And that is a producing mistake. It is a production mistake. You're not supposed to use delay as a layer. If anything, short delay, like a slapback, like for instance, when you have this kind of delay, which is what you have on your vocals, and then you have this kind of delay. Nope, that was the same. Hold on. That's more of a textural delay. That's one you could put on it. It doesn't really get in the way of the sound. It could actually enhance it. Like, it more sounds like reverb, like it accomplishes the psychological effect of reverb. This, however, if you had it on at all times, your delay is stepping all over your actual line. And you don't really hear it because the signal is louder than the delay, like the main vocals is louder than the delay, but it's making it messy and it's making it cloudy, and so much space can be cleared out in this dense mix of too many things going on at the same time. That's an easy way to gain space back. So I would turn off your delays, except at the end of lines where you're just trying to emphasize one word or even one syllable. Could be, but it's important. The next note that I have is sort of in that same vein. Let me just do a quick song through scan for a second. This is going to sound really chaotic if you're on ears, so careful. What I just played was a game of let's find a break from the vocals. And I lost. I lost because I could not find a break from your vocals. Your vocals are on and louder. Those are the two speeds that your vocals have in this song. What about a break from them? What about you cut some out? You give us room to appreciate what you've given us vocally speaking and give us room for us to miss it. Like the option of not putting vocals everywhere is a valid option. I don't know if anyone's ever told you lately, but it is totally valid to not put vocals everywhere. Dosing is what it's called. Playing with negative space is another way to say it. Whatever you want to call it. This ain't it. This ain't doing that. So I need a break from your vocals, because this is all everywhere, everything all at once. Harmonies, doubles, syncs, leads, delays. Blah, blah, blah, blah. Give me a break. Give me a break. Last thing I'll say is similar to a comment in the original, like sort of the starting of your vocals. When I go through this section, still vocals are very shreddy and very high frequency and very like ear piercing, and that's not great in your mix. Similarly here, I believe. Even more so because you have less things going on to like distract us from this, so it sounds even more shreddy. And Lastly, this section. I don't know who started the trend of putting so much distortion on vocals and wanting them to remain understandable. I don't know who started that trend, but they fucked up. This is not how you go about mixing your vocals, just slapping another layer of distortion on it and calling it a day. I don't understand a word. I don't really understand a word you said throughout, but here, there's really not much going on. I don't know who this Lulu fellow is, but them saying it's fire, especially at this point, they're lying. They're either lying or they don't know better. And that's not even better. So this section needs some serious cleaning up. Like, it's unintelligible, meaning ununderstandable. Not understandable, the right way to say that. And that's pretty much it, man. Like, it needs a lot of work. If you're in charge of the vocals, you have one job, and that's vocals. Not even mixing everything together. You just give it an instrumental track, and you call it a day kind of thing. I think you could do a lot better than this, honestly. I don't see a real, I don't see real like thought and intention put into any vocal section in particular, and I think that you can do a lot better pitch-wise. If I turn off that auto-tune, how much of a literal 50-car pileup are those vocals going to be? And if we turn off the distortion, we will get to that, but it's a good idea, honestly. I think I tend to agree with you, Weeb. If we turn off the distortion, if we turn off the auto-tune, if we turn off the delays, if we turn off everything and we get to the raw vocals, how much real thought have you put into your vocals? I'd be curious to see. My bet would be not enough. Anyways, that's pretty much all I got to say about your song here, Scion. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide the comments, criticism, analysis, critique, feedback, whatever you call it. It needs work. It needs work. It's not done yet. I don't know why this says release date 27th of February, as that is not in my opinion. Yeah, not really release ready. That said, thank you for trusting us with your track. Either way, we are appreciative of you coming in here and dropping your music that is clearly not ready to have been released 10 days ago. Next on the docket, we have iNot 2 with Real CDM on deck. So, iNot, do me a favor. Throw that link in the chat at this time. Please and thank you. And low gravity has returned. And we will now hydrate. That was a really good idea. Pounds like a Sam. I love that name. I'll never get over that. Hey, Mike. All good? I'm good, man. Just running the stream as we do every week, man. Just listening to people's music. Yesterday we did another stream where we actually were making a little music, bouncing between some projects that I had in my current folder, my like currently working on folder. And yeah, been chill. How about yourself? Pounds like a Sam. Glad you're catching the stream again. Well, I'm glad you're here, my dude. If you wish to get one of your songs listened to, please jump in the queue. Command join to get in there. What genres you work in mostly? I'd say rock, alternative, metal, like that kind of, even some funk as well. That's just the way that, you know, like I make music in those genres. But yeah, that would be like my principal strengths, I guess. I play a lot of guitar, I play a lot of drums and bass. So in general, it's going to revolve around that kind of music a lot. But honestly, on this stream, I've been doing EDM, hip hop, drum and bass, dubstep, like rap straight up. It's really varied on this stream. Honestly, I do all kinds of shit here. I've never thought I'd be listening to so many diverse styles on the regular, so I'm really fortunate to have a place for that. All right, the track, You Don't Have Any Songs, just lurking and enjoying. That's very good. It's very good. The track that you did is a thing you did this weekend. Grade, a.k.a. Why Not. Started with the lyrical idea, supported it with the guitar, and then the production and melody lyrics making kept on going on its own. Vente conmigo. Come with me. Vente conmigo. Vente conmigo. Right? I think so. I think that's right. Ooh, like an outlet for whatever on the stream. Cool. Yeah, dude. Like anybody who makes any music. I've listened to Eric. Like it would happen. There was a phase where the Dom Rocks was kind of a regular on this stream, and he was bringing experimental music in week after week. And I was like, I don't know how to fucking improve this. Like I'll just tell you how I feel, and if that was what you were going for emotionally, then great. But yeah, I've listened to all kinds of fucking music on this stream. Okay. Vente conmigo. Mix 5. Come with me. Mix 5. As if the Mix 5 was the part you needed. Vente conmigo by Grade. Let's listen to it and talk about it in a 10-minute span. Shall we? Let's go.
Plaza, en una tarde de verano, tú con tus amigas y yo con mis hermanos. Nuestras miradas se cruzaron y de qué manera. Tú querías que me acercara, tú querías que te dijera: vente conmigo, vamos a bailar y no como amigos. Vente conmigo, vamos a bailar. Lo paso prohibido. Nos fuimos por la calle, sin rumbo, sin prisa. Tú tarareando, yo mirando tu sonrisa. Se notaba en el aire que esto era el destino. Me acerqué despacito para susurrarte al oído: vente conmigo, vamos a bailar y no como amigos. Vente conmigo, vamos a bailar. Lo paso prohibido. Nos daban la 1, las 2 y las 3, con hormigueos de cabeza a los pies. Erizada estaba la piel. Del 1 al 10 tú eres un 100. Por tu culpa ahora adicto al placer. Tus labios más dulces que la mejor miel. Ahora trato de olvidar, pero no lo voy a lograr. Esa sensación aún me quema y tu recuerdo me envenena. A veces me imagino qué hubiera pasado si no te hubiera dicho: vente conmigo, vamos a bailar y no como amigos. Vente conmigo, vamos a bailar. Lo paso prohibido. Lo paso prohibido.
All right. Pretty good, dude. So this is like overall pretty good. I'll say that right off the bat. General tips, this auto translator is killing it. Yeah, I mean Spanish, especially Spain Spanish. This is definitely Spanish from Spain. I'm sure that it has a lot of reference material. Okay, so let's talk about this because, yeah, there's room for improvement. Talking about a girl he wants to dance with, clearly not just as friends. Yeah, well, Vente Conmigo, it's sexy, low reggaeton, like really low tempo reggaeton. It's very good. It's like you're essentially saying that you want this girl, and then you're putting all of the emphasis and all of the chances on your side by like making this. Just makes me want to move my body. Imagine the ladies. Okay, let's talk about this. So let's just talk real quick because you said you started with the guitar. No. You started with the lyrical idea, and then you supported it with the guitar idea. I'll just say this. The guitar, compared to the recording quality of your vocals, Dilly42, appreciate that. Compared to the quality of your vocal recording, your guitar recording is meh. Like, it's just boxy, and it sounds like it was recorded in like using a bad mic in a bad room, and then it was processed to hell to make it sound somewhat on the professional scale that your vocals do, because your vocals are huge. A couple of plosives here and there from time to time, like that. I don't know if you know the English word meaning plosives. Like those sounds. If I were to look, I got a mic right up here. Like those wind sounds, you got a couple of those throughout your vocals, and I would clean those up a little bit with either like a dynamic EQ or with straight up like a low pass, maybe a combination of both. Multi-band compressors also can work, but in general, dynamic EQs are kind of better for that exact thing. Or a deplosifier, if there's a plugin for that. I don't fucking know. I just do it the sound engineer way, which is to use tools that are very common for all purposes. Swiss Army, if you will. Okay, so I would improve. I usually do them by hand, but look them up and lowering the volume of only that spot, totally valid. Totally a viable option. You just dip the volume specifically for the plosive moment, and then you bring it back up. I have no problem with that. You could even, a very easy way to do it is to like, if depending on what program you use, I use Logic, and fading in and out on regions is very easy on Logic. I would even cut right when that plosive happens and like fade it in. FL too. FL it's easy to do fade-ins as well. I would fade in on the plosive, and sometimes that takes just enough energy away from the P or the B to just give it a little bit of like recul, a little backing up, the French word I used for some reason. Okay, the first build is not my favorite. Your third build was by far the best. It was the one that drew the most energy from me. That like really like it drew forth my excitement the most. The first build here. This one here. Underwhelming. I think you could add some sweeps. I think you could add like a pitch. Like those kind of tension builders that will like make us more hype when your drop drops. So yeah, that's the idea here. You got to build that tension a little bit more, just so that by the time we get to your drop, we're all just like, oh shit! And the drop's good. Then we get to verse 2. Can you guys just say S? Is that a thing? Like, is that just not a syllable in in Spanish from Spain? Does that happen in that language, or is it just all? Okay, sorry. End of joke. Let's go back to your verse 1 real quick. It happens. Okay, good to know. So there's not much dynamic contrast between verse 1 and verse 2. I think your song needs to evolve over time in both energy and interest. So I would add some even some background elements. I'm thinking probably Spanish guitar would be like my first place to go. Something like that, like just some, you know what I mean? Some flowers. Like give your song some flowers in verse 2. I'd say the same thing for your chorus 2, like your drop number 2 here. I would say the same thing for your chorus. Like make your builds tell a story. Make your licks tell a story. You know what I mean? By the time verse 3 comes in, so here's a trick I'm going to give you. This part is dragging a lot because by this point we're not hearing anything new. The vocals do a little bit different thing. They dan dan dan dan bam bam bam bam bam break, bam bam bam bam bam bam bam break. You're going to want to do a call and a response with those vocals. That saxophone is in place already. It's ready to go. All you got to do is make it sing with those vocals. Make it dance. Vente conmigo bailar. Like make it dance with your vocals. But right now it's kind of playing over with the long notes. That's fine. That's fine. But exactly, general tips. Some sax licks, sax licks. Hey! First time. Yeah, those sax licks will, and the sixth time, just to show off, they will dance quite nicely with the vocals, but I would make them more emotive. I wouldn't make them so passive. We hear it here. A little better at that point, but that's the energy that it should start at. And it should get to like Careless Whisper level. Like those emotive licks. They need, again, make it dance with your vocals. The song is literally all about dancing. Make your song dance. Two people to dance. It's fine to dance alone. Pero bailar es mejor con dos. You know, es mejor a dos. So like, yeah, I think you could do that very easily. And the last drop, I'm going to finish on this. SOS, exactly. So the last drop, I'm going to finish on this because we have no more time, unfortunately. But cut literally this entire section here. Start there. Like as soon as you do your drop, look, I'll try and cut into it artificially, but it's not going to go well. Something like that. Maybe finish the line. I don't know, but you know, you know what I'm talking about. It's like get straight to the drop. Exactly. That break ruins that momentum. It takes energy away from your song. We don't want that. We want the opposite. So yeah, that's it, dude. Good song though. Good song. It's got a good bones, got a good meat. It's got some good bones and meats. It accomplishes its mission in that it makes me want to dance with you. So if ever I'm in Spain, you know, vente conmigo. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the song, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Needs a little work, needs the tweaks, needs basically to dial it up. Because it's at about 8 or so, I'd say, like right now. It could be dialed up to 9 or 10. This song could straight up be a pop, like a reggaeton pop banger. It just needs that extra thought, either way. But yeah, as Pounds Like a Sam says, thank you for sharing. It's sexy. It's sexy. This is sex music. I would sex to this music. You know what I mean? It's not just good for dancing, if you know what I'm talking about. All right, thank you for trusting us with your track. Appreciate it, man. It was really good. Like, it's sexy, man. It's sexy. Real CDM, which could very well stand for Ciudad de Mexico, keeping it in the Spanish sort of role. That'd be nice. I know a lot of people from Ciudad de Mexico. It's one of the places I definitely want to visit one day. When, you know, white people who barely speak Spanish aren't, you know, endangered species there. I'm getting this opinion straight from people from there going like, oh, don't go there right now. Don't go there right now. Castilian dance music. Oh, that could be it too. That could be it too. Yeah, for sure, from Castellan, so also from Spain. Possible, Specker. Appreciate the, like, you know what I mean? The possible interpretation. It might be. It might be. It's about inviting her to do prohibited dance moves. So you're not wrong about it being a sex song. Bailes prohibos. Oh, que calor, que caliente. Oh, so that's really nice. So like anal. Okay. I don't know if real CDM is in the chat with us right now. Prohibidos. Yeah, I thought it was prohibidos, like prohibidad, like prohibidar. Yeah, so not. Okay, anyways, CDM is not with us in the chat, so we're going to move on to the next, which is, I believe, Jesse Baja. If you're in the chat, now is the time. Now is the time to submit your link into the chat. Anal dance moves. That's funny. Jesse Baja is supposed to be in the chat, but maybe they're AFK. That was funny. That was funny. Either way, I not. Grade. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Colon dance moves. Oh, man. Colon dance moves. That's what I sing to myself every morning. To get my colon to move. Baila, culo, baila! Let's do 10 minutes of this instead of just like us just being foolish. Yeah, might as well, right? Oh, man. No one's here. Everyone just dropped in, dropped their names, and got the fuck out. Well, if you want to avoid being skipped and you're not away from the keyboard, subscribe, because I automatically put you either at the end of the queue or next in line. If you are a subscriber, like, you don't get skipped so easily. However, for Jesse Baja, I'm sorry, my dude, you gotta be here. It's Pyro Chem Music. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's your turn, Saint Bototi. But I think this was the individual who was complaining. My God, we're blowing through the entire list, and there's no one who stuck around. All right, straight up. Let's get a count off here. Saint Bototi, if you're here, drop the link in the chat in the next 45 seconds, or we're out. Biowolf Ass, G Meister 420, Low Gravity 2020, Weeb of Canada, and Pyrochem Music, who is a real person. Anybody who is on the queue right now, give me a shout in the chat to just confirm that you're here, shall we? Let's just do a sound off, if you will. Saint Bototi does not look like they're going to be here either way. It's a shame. That's too bad. Super quiet. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird quiet, you know? Hold on a second. I'm going to Eddie Van Halen for a second here. Okay, Saint Bototi's done. It's been more than 45 seconds. I even gave him a full minute, guys. A full minute! I started by playing blues on guitar, so... Because it was easy, because there's 3 chords. But yeah, I mean, in theory, it's the easiest genre to play, really. But then, like, Stevie Ray Vaughan happened, And he was like, fuck your easy. Yes, I not. We do have a VOD. Absolutely. Wow, Biowolfast either. Shit, rip to all of y'all, guys. You just gotta be here to get listened to. I don't think it's that complicated. Free for now, we'll see. Free sign up. And all you gotta do is just wait your turn and be here. I wonder how that that seems so complex to some people. I don't understand. We're gonna go next. We don't have time for this. Can I join again? You cannot. It's one per day. It gets out of hand if everyone can join even a second time. It gets out of hand. It's crazy. But thanks for trying. I'm not mad at you for trying. I am mad. I am mad at you for trying. All right. G Meister 420 is another one I don't think I see in the chat right now. No. See, that's the appropriate moment for delay. All right. Fuck it. Next. I don't have patience for people who aren't here. I'm sorry. It's like the simplest thing in the world. Just be present. Gravity, I would be surprised if they weren't here. I would be surprised. They're here even when they're not here. If only I could get fingered like the guitar. I mean, when you play guitar, your fingers do gain strength. Let's put that out there. How do I remove myself from the queue, by the way? You know what? You can command leave, and it's as simple as that. Are you sure? I don't mind listening to songs that are like on their way to being finished. I have no problem with that, and you could very well we could just like kind of shoot the shit about the song, like where it could go. That's hell. You were doing that with me yesterday on the production stream. Oh shit, it's my turn. Yeah, thank you for your link. Appreciate it, Low Gravity. You was cooking up. What you cooking? Well, what you cooking? You can't just say you're making food and then not say what it is. You know that's a rule in this stream. There's like 3 things I do. Music, D&D, and cooking. Like, that's all I do well in life. And even then... yeah, I'd rather fully flesh it out first. No problem, man. It's no problem whatsoever. How can I get perms in the Discord? Well, Pyrochem, which sounds like a drug in Fallout New Vegas, you don't yet. You get in this queue, you submit your music, you show me you're a real person, and then I'll give you permission in the Discord. If you'd like to, however, submit music, it's as easy as doing the following, as if I planned it. You command join just to get in the queue, but these are the full set of instructions. That's how you get the full instructions. It's got a few glaring issues. No problem, dude. I mean, I get it. It's like, I get it. Oh no, I was cooking music. Oh shit. Well, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, that's still a valid question. What kind of music were you cooking? By the way, subscriber campaign when? Soon. I think soon. Honestly, I think it's gonna be. I think we're leaning towards that. Yeah, I feel like it's getting there. I got Roll20 characters, Excel character sheets. I mean, I'm on D&D Beyond for character sheets specifically, but it's super easy to transfer them over. Honestly, I'd be down to DM my subscribers. I'd be so down. Oh my God, are you kidding me? That would be so cool. I would have to like limit it to like tier 3 essentially, because there's not everyone who's going to do that. And it honestly costs me time to put together something for that. But I'm super down. I'm super down. Like I'm super down. Maybe not Strahd, because that got ruined for me as a player. And I'm bitter with Strahd right now. Fucking Zarovich. Fucking Von Zarovich. But maybe not Strahd, but maybe something. I'm kind of down. Okay, cool. I got you. I'll play by the rules so you get to hear my hi-fi excellence. We will be the judge of that on this stream. I promise you this. But yeah, all right. So we've got Gravity's music pulled up. We're going to close up Vente Conmigo, even though that was a great song. We're going to add 15 minutes to the timer because, for the time being, subscribers get 15 minutes instead of 10. That is the rule. The track is a bit different compared to my normal submissions, much more cinematic. Pyrochem Music subscribed to tier 1. Okay, well, there you go. You have you gain access to the sub-only Discord chat either way. But yeah, okay, we will add 15 minutes onto your timer when it is your turn. Very soon, very shortly actually. Okay, let's go for it, guys, shall we? Something a little bit different from what he usually does. Project he did for his composition/production class. Oh, I love projects like that sometimes. Project like that sometimes it's bangers. Sometimes you make some bars. We received a photo of a shipwreck on the beach for inspiration. And we're told, make whatever you feel. That's hot. This was my take on it. Note, there's only 1 or 2 notes I know are off time by a small amount. I couldn't get the VST to make it what I wanted. Every time I moved the VST, it was like, nope. So yeah, are these notes for me directly? Are these like, hey, Mike? Hey, Mike. Okay, no, but here we go. Owen Tracy 909, the artist known as, that's called Swing, playa. Let's listen to it together and let's talk about it all within the 15-minute tier 1 allotment. Let's go. Super interesting. Super interesting. It's a soundscape. First thoughts I have when I hear kids and a beach and shipwreck, I think Lord of the Flies, as I was obliged to read that in high school, and it kind of like fucked with me, and I was like, ooh, this is very dark and not super duper. They made us read some dark shit in high school. I'm not against that. I'm not opposed to that, but it was very dark shit. That said, production quality was overall quite good. It's not supposed to be interesting. Well, I mean, it's, it's a 4-chord song. It only goes to a certain level of interest. But it is, something that makes me think, like, in that respect, I suppose. I guess let's just jump into it here. I find overall there's this trend. There's one exception that I will talk about, but there's this trend that happens where it's a little slow to evolve, to get to the point of each section. I think the indulgence factor at the beginning I was willing to forgive, because again there was like weird, interesting soundscapes that were going on. Like just listening to this alone, it would have been like, okay, there's some weird, like I've heard really good songs with kids laughing in them in Pink Floyd, in The Wall, the album specifically. There's a lot of tracks, or a couple of tracks, where I'm like really engaged by that song. So I'm like, I'm willing to give it a chance because of that. And then it kind of just drags. It kind of just keeps dragging. And it's slow to evolve. By the time the piccolo runs, is flute or piccolo? I'm not sure. I think it's I want to say it's like a, let me hear again. I think it's a piccolo. By the time this piccolo rolls around, it's like, oh, I wish that this would have happened, early. You know what I mean? I wish that this would have happened right here. Like, just refer to it, just a couple of notes. And then when it does happen, I'm like, it's a little too loud. So I'm thinking either way, whatever you do with this part, bring down the piccolo in this section because it's very loud. Because it doesn't need to be that loud. It cuts through. Fucking piccolos jump through. They could literally stick piccolos at the back of the orchestra behind the timpanis, and it'd be like, that's fine. Track 1 of The Wall has a crying baby iconic sound. Track 2, it's after In the Flesh. In the Flesh is In the Flesh with a question mark, I believe, is track 1, and then track 2 is Mother Loves a Baby. Track 2 of The Wall, but close, Pyro. Thank you very much, Dudish, for following. Appreciate that. Mogged by a real Floyd Chad. I mean, I'm not trying to mog anyone, but like that is the fact. You could look it up if you wish. I know that album inside and out. Inside and out. Yeah, true. I haven't had In the Flesh on in my playlist in years. It's a good song. Good song. Especially version 2. It's a little fucked up. Okay. It's low gravity time. Okay, so at 136 when it punches, Raggy Blood Axe just followed. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. At 130. Okay, no, it doesn't punch. Rather, I would like it to punch here. Considering the movement that it has had, like a lot of these notes are going to be, this should have happened, or instead of this. So what I'm saying here is, essentially, start this section here. Start it at 136. You don't need this entire length of moment to dictate to us that we're taking a little break, that we're taking a little pied de recul, as they say in French, a step backwards. We just need half of that just to take a breath. Because we do have some long, dynamic build. And then if we keep the momentum of that, we come down for a bit just to create some tension, and then we come back in pretty quickly. Half as, quickly. Not this long. And then what I would say is that you stay on this section here. So good. So far, so good. So this is the thing. This is the thing here, dude. This is something that I'm going to say. This part here doesn't make sense on its own as it is without any bass. Hold on, let me just get my jack here. She's got the jack! It's a great album. TNT. Nope. Highway to Hell. This part here does not make sense on its own without some bass. If you put in bass... G sharp, cool. If you put in bass, it makes more sense. But either way, I think you should double this, and on the second repeat of this section, have the bass. Because here, listen how glorious it sounds. Sounds so much better. So if like you wanted to go about it with like one section, like one repeat without bass and one with, like. That's the idea. So like you, whoops, sorry. I forgot that I have to keep it plugged on this stream. Shut up. Fucking thought I had 30 minutes until mine. Guess 3 people before me weren't here. They indeed were not, Beowulf. You are rewarded when you stick around, but that's okay. That's okay. Because if you come back and you submit a second time, I'm okay with that. A third, we'll talk. We'll talk. Okay, so yeah, that bass does need to be in that section as it is, or double that length and put the bass on the second section. As for that in and of itself, is going to resolve my next note, which is that this up and down thing is taking energy away from your track, sucking energy away. If you were to have the length of this and double the length of this break becomes far more relevant. Far more relevant. It feels better even. It feels like it's more welcome, actually. That said... at that point, I would say when you have this harp, wait a minute, the kids, where are the kids? The kids, I would probably fade in, Yeah, I think my note is right. I think I would fade in the kids' sound that you brought back here within this break a little bit faster. Again, call back to them, but we're getting an express version of it. I would, however, do the opposite with the harp. The harp that's here, I would actually fade that in slower. Maybe bringing it in a little earlier and doing a similar effect where it's like it starts earlier, but it starts lower and then bringing it to full volume by this point. Maybe. But I just feel that the choir on its own accomplishes cool things. But then by this point, I'm like, okay, cool, we get it. The choir is nice. You have like my mic keeps dipping out. Hello? What the fuck? What's going on? Really? That's super weird. That's super duper weird. 1 2 1 2 1 2. That's a little better, I think. Hello? Is that a little better? Check your noise cancellation. No, dude, there should be no noise cancellation. There was like literally nothing. There was like literally nothing coming in. That's super weird, guys. Sorry about that. I'm gonna throw on another 15 seconds onto this here. Hold on a second. Oh well, it doesn't want to do it. Either way, I'll go for a couple seconds. That's super weird. Why does this keep happening? What is happening? What is happening right now? Nothing is coming in. Hello? This makes no sense. How about now? Oh my God, it's so stupid. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. The bass guitar was not going into the mix. I gotta fix my trigger. I gotta fix the triggering thing. So the thing that I have that triggers what mutes my microphone should not be the inputs themselves, but should instead be a mix of things. But that mix should be post rather, not pre. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Mix one, post. All of this shit has got to be post. I don't even know what this one is. Yeah, okay, I got it. It was like literally just the 1/4 inch jack touching the strings and making it so that there was signal coming in. It makes no sense. I don't know what the fuck that was. It's not gonna happen again anymore. So like, sorry about that either way. Okay, yeah. Makes much more sense. Super weird that I didn't program that before, but like, thanks for your patience. Okay, so we're gonna resume. We're gonna give a couple of seconds here to jump back into this here. So yeah, what I was saying is, the harp needs to do that he's showing you. Oh, I see. That's funny. I see. It's fading out. So yeah, actually, the choir is nice. The choir is nice at this point. Let's just listen back to it. It doesn't help that it doesn't change notes until like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 full measures. Yeah, it would be literally just like about 1 measure. As soon as they come back to this note, basically, that's when it should happen. Also, I hear this click, and it's not I thought it was my system at first, but there's this click right here. Did you hear it? Left channel, right there. Just a very subtle click. Super subtle. You got to check that out. You got to look into that. That sounds like a rendering error. It's super weird. Okay, no, don't be pissed, Lograve. Listen, where that click is a good marker. That's where you start the fade in of the choir, of the kids. So use it. Like, now make it a thing that will help you, that won't hurt you. I think it's because I did stems and bounced it. You might have to rebounce a couple of those stems, unfortunately. But yeah, 0 crossing points, dude. 0 crossing points is a real phenomenon. That's what happens in super silent moments. Sometimes it's like, whoops. It's okay. It's not a huge deal or anything like that. It's just something to address, I suppose. All 35 of them. Well, fade in. Just fade in from that crossing point and like try and crossfade as best as you can. It might be resolvable just by a strategic cut just on that one, and then like tiny quick fades. I still don't have perms to post my link when I'm ready. You post it in this chat either way, you Pyrochem. Your link goes in this chat when it's your turn, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, let's jump back in with this timer. 2 minutes left on the clock. I don't have much to say anyways. So what you have right now as it is this nice chord progression that's like... So the G sharp to the E flat, or rather I guess it's A flat to E flat to F to D flat. Nice. I would, for moments like the choir solo, I might invert a few of those chords. I would make maybe a B chord progression instead of just always having the same one. Specifically, I would do... because it starts on the minor, and that, again, we are starting every chord progression here so far on the tonic, on the main A flat. Starting home. Start away from home. Let the chord progression bring to home. It's far more emotive, evoking. So, like a good example, and I'll play the same in the same key so that it's easy to understand Low Gravity. The Lord of the Rings theme starts on the... Da, da, da, da, da. So, like, it starts on the major, but then at some point it goes da da da da da da da da da da da. So, like, that is a very easy one to understand because it shifts from a beautiful, major, happy, uplifting melody, but even the Hobbit's theme, the Shire's theme, has a moment where you're far away from home. They have to take you far away from home. It's all about adventure. So even the entire city based around staying in one place, partying your ass off until you die, even that theme has to have a little bit of straying far from home. So... take us far away from home. Low Gravity. Not that far. Honestly, it's the same chord progression. It's just like a couple of notes inverted, that's all. So it's not going that far from home. Just take us that farther away to make us like a little less comfortable with the chords. And switch between them, I'd say probably twice on key moments. So you're probably going to want to switch between it at one of your main crescendos, like... right there would be a good place for it, right before it goes down, essentially, right before it goes down the first time. And then the choir could start in the major, but then make it like loop back to a minor loop, and then end on that major chord progression again. Oh, the emotions. The emotions. It's going to make me think of the Shire. You're going to make me cry. You want me to cry? Then do it! Do it! That's all I got to say. Thanks for the feedback. I really appreciate it, as always. Always a pleasure. Sorry for the technical issues during that. We are learning on this stream. We are sound engineers, and together we encounter many different technical issues over the course of our careers. And that was one of them. I had to learn, I suppose. Thank you very much, either way, for allowing us to listen to the track online, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis. What have you, Low Gravity, aka Owen Tracy 909. Appreciate you as always being a part of the stream, and thanks for hanging out with us for a little while. Hopefully you could see you stick around for a little bit as we listen to other people's songs, which, by the way, guys, if you're not sticking around for other people's songs, how else are you going to evolve your opinion outside of your own music? It's a good way to just get free feedback without having to wait for it. Just watching and just like listening to other people's notes gives me ideas all the time when I watch feedback streams. So I'll look for sure. I got to get some shit done, but yeah, no worries, my dude. Either way, if you can or can't, we appreciate you, and thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on down the line here, folks. We got Specker Necker. Specker's next. Just I prefer the first way. Just here to listen to people's tracks, and that's what I mean here. When I listen to feedback streams, I don't even submit my own music. Ever. I think I've done it once, and it was just because I like one of the stream's top supporters ever, Just Some Skills. We'll see if he drops in later. He does some feedback sometimes. Feedback. He had some decent notes from my song. But I did that once, just mostly to support my buddy and my client also, who we've worked together. So here we've got Specker's song, Building Up a... That's funny. Pounds Like a Sam, Me Too, is also in on that, just to listen to people's advice. It's a really good way to learn about music, guys. Honestly, easiest way ever. It's an EDM track. Okay, cool, good. Ooh, EDM. I'm an adult contemporary EDM-esque. Okay, interesting. We'll see what that means next. But let's talk about Specker's track first. Let's listen to it together, and let's talk about it over the next 10 minutes. Let's spend some time. Let's do it, guys. Okay. There's a lot of good Lego pieces in this song. There's a lot of good Lego pieces. Like a lot of good iconic sounding riffs. A lot of people who like... A lot of moments that like build well into the next moment that right after it. I will say I agree totally with Pyro. Good boy vibes. You know what I mean? Like, it's awesome. This is what I've been waiting for in the EDM. Break the norm and evolve it. Yeah, I'm all for breaking typical beat structure, typical arrangement structure. Not at the expense... that's Bella. It's cute. She's a cute dog. She's a very, very cute dog. That's a great pup. I don't think I... no notes on the pup. Pup is 13 on 13. Top dog. That said, I don't think your song's originality should come at its own expense, in the expense of its own momentum, is I think what I'll say about that. So what we have here is a phenomenon where you are dancing between tension and release, very originally, but it is the tension does not support the release as much as it could, and the release undermines the tension at various moments. I'm all for originality, and I'm all for building blocks that end up in the rightful place, even though if they're not there yet. But I think we need to get to that point eventually. So like, what have I written about this? First of all, let's take care of something real easy here, something that you should probably do for all of your music and all of your tracks. There is no space between the beginning of your song here and the first note and the actual beginning of the file here. Listen. You're getting cut off there. It just starts. We need 420 milliseconds. Thank you, Pounds Like a Sam. 420 milliseconds of silence before the first note or audio begins to play. It's the 420 millisecond rule. It is just a thing. It's just a thing. And we are going to do that. That's easy. That's literally just like taking the start of your song, the physical region, and dragging it back by 420 milliseconds. Amazingly easy. And then you won't get cut off on various streaming platforms, 0 crossing clicks, just like we heard in the other track, but in a different moment. I'm sorry, Gravity, I'm sorry. I don't mean to remind you. It's an easy fix either way, maybe. That is an easy thing. Now, let's talk about something else that's easy. This hi-hat. Okay, it's not my favorite personally. I wouldn't use that sample myself for that hi-hat. But I get it. You're also using it to create tension. It's too loud. It's just too loud in the mix. Bring that shit down like 5 dB at the minimum. It is so shriekingly high frequency that it doesn't need to appear loudly in the track to accomplish its goal. I'm not saying you can't bring it up over time and achieve maybe just under this level as the last final volume, but just even in the drop. That's obscene. That's obscenely loud. And already we have so much high frequency going on that like we don't need more. Bring that back. 5 dB. Start at 5 dB. Yeah, now let's chop into the arrangement here. We don't have much time, but we will work with it. Let's listen to how this song evolves. Not much of a build. I'm okay with a build coming in quickly, or with a drop coming in quickly. You have an opportunity here to build it more intensely in that short duration. Like, you don't necessarily have to take more time, even though, again, in my project, if this was my song, I would surprisingly take more time. Like, it's not even it's not even 2 minutes. This song totals to 1 minute 50 seconds, including the fade out. You have the time. You could just sort of indulge yourself a little bit and make this build 2 measures instead of 1. Fine, 4 measures instead of 2, technically, if we're counting here. And I would either way dial it up in terms of intensity. Either way. Yeah, always give yourself some spacing. Always imagine if your music playing on a digital vinyl record, how it just gives nothing and then boom, something. Yeah, right. That's the idea with the space. Maybe if he stereo widens the hi-hat and distribute the hi-hat sound throughout the track, that would possibly be worse, because it is piercing in one area right now. It is you do some decent stereo work. I will say that, Specker. You do some very decent stereo panning. Like, things are really well defined in their zones. I would say you might need to like fill in some of the gaps, because there are hot spots, and then there are kind of like empty spots as well, like negative space. I'm not against that as an aesthetic. You might just consider filling that with some air or something that like takes up a lot of space. But my point with this is, if you spread that left and right, it's going to become even more prominent, and we're going in the opposite direction at that point. Stereo hats, fine. Bold center panned hats are underused as well, personally, in my opinion. Bold center panned works pretty well, but dial it back, way back. Okay, we got a drop here. Get it. I don't really have many notes for the drop itself. It's very original. I don't really hate it at all. Like, I don't have any issues with it, I guess. This build, this break, I guess. The key change would have been nice to have a pivot chord between the two, you know. Like, they're not in the same keys at all, nor are they on the same scale altogether, because there's one that's implying It's weird. It's between pitches. It's implying, there's one that's implying B minor. Minor. And then we just come straight into it. No lube, no condom. E minor, you know? I feel like a nice little musical transition between those two sections might have been nice already, that there's so much, like the tension that you create is in your transitions. Again, I'm not opposed to it. It's not my favorite tool, but already that there's so much tension between the changes of sections, I would put some form of a musical transition there. It's not, again, if it was on a similar scale, then that there's an argument. That's the best way to go into it. In my opinion, but that's just me. Again, Weeb, if there was some musical coherence between these two scales, besides just being the relative fourth to B minor, if there was some, it would have made much more sense. But the way that we're using these musical nuances here in this section versus how we used it in the first drop, there's not as much musical coherence, personally. I meant no lube. Oh, yeah, agreed, actually, on that. Agreed. Shit, well, I wasted this point. And yeah, just for the last section, just so that we can say we listened to it all. A lot of those shreddy high mids at this point, I would maybe dial back some of those super, super highs. Maybe drop it by like 3 dB on an EQ, maybe. And you get to your drop way too late and don't linger on it enough on your last drop. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying that we're not getting enough of it. You've made something interesting. You've made something nice. Give it to us. Don't just take it away the first moment. And I see here the last drop kind of mid. I'm done with this one. Well, maybe you could consider referring back to your first drop, seeing if they tie in musically together. My beard's doing all kinds of weird stuff today. I'm going to try and just like keep it all in one kind of tuft. Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe try and refer back to your first drop a little bit, Specker. See if you have like things that you could bring over into this one so that you could extend and you could build into it. Maybe you do a play on the B minor and then jump into the E. Maybe if you want to really go all out, you use the B minor riff as almost like a B section within. I don't know. I'm not telling you how to do your job. I'm just saying like a job needs to be done. Let's end it on that. Either way, Specker, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Yeah, my bad habit is not riffing out parts. Yeah, I mean, that's a way of going about it. It's also like just copying. I guess that's what riffing out parts is just like kind of copying it over and kind of messing around with notes and with regions. Yeah, I guess that's what that means. I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. You should also feel free to kind of like just cleverly copy-paste things back and forth, maybe. Oh, shit. Robbie Guitar. He goes on live when I go on live. Okay, good to know. Good to know. That's good to know. Either way, yeah, you shouldn't be afraid to copy things over and just leave them the way they are and just to like play it and listen to it and just hear how it sounds. That's the starting of riffing, I guess, but sometimes we stop ourselves from just like copying things over and just listening to the textures. Sometimes it just gives us inspiration, what we already have. That's kind of what happened to me yesterday with General Tips and with Weeb of Canada, who were online with me. I was like producing some stuff and I'm like, okay, let me just copy this thing. Speaking of, let me just copy this region over real quick and see how it sounds with the rest. And I'm like, oh, it sounds almost there, but I know what I got to do with it now. So just try and listen to your own shit in context in a different section. See how you can fuck with it, I suppose. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. I'll Google it, but just a quick example. You would want a quick example? I could get you a quick example. I could get you a quick example. Sure. Give me a second. I'll just put Pyrochem music next in the queue. We'll get his link going. And yay, I get to hear it again. Yeah, Weeb knows what's about to happen. You just put the SoundCloud link directly in the chat, man. Straight in the chat. SoundCloud only links. I think I've been clear about that. Okay, a little example. Before we get to that link here, I promise we will. As a matter of fact, I will click it open and stress my computer out while I load a Logic project and a SoundCloud page. Evidence. Evidence is the visuals that you guys are seeing right now. There is your evidence. All right. Hurry up. Thank you. So yesterday, there was this idea that I had in one song. Hold on. I'll just do a screen full for now, just to say we have no cue. Oh, it doesn't change anything. So, okay, yesterday I had this idea for this one song, and I found an idea in another song, and that idea was essentially just kind of doing a heartbeat increase over time. This song is about a coffee maker, so I literally just made the heartbeat go faster. And so the idea that I had from the other song sounded a little bit like this. That's not where it is. One second. See how the heartbeat increases in speed over time. It's like coffee having its effect on the body. Yes, it's a peculiar theme, Pyrochem. Absolutely it is. But what I did was, that's all I came up with yesterday. These sections here, these regions did not exist. As a matter of fact, they are literally just copy-pasted over from this section here. But if I were to show you how they fill in the space, just for me to imagine an environment, I just copied over all of these regions, and I was curious how they sounded. There does need to be a lead section here, and I think some people were still sold on the idea of it being vocals. I'm not sure, but I'm not against that. That offset chord still gets me utterly rock hard. I know, dude, those keyboards, the offset that we did to the keyboards, similar to what I was telling someone today about with the call and response with the saxophone, if you remember, Weeb. Just like peekaboo. It's just like peek a motherfucking boo. Am I right? So that's the ideas that I'm talking about here, Specker. Literally, I had this here was just new here in this area, and I just copy pasted over a bunch of shit. And it's giving me not the right life for this section, but some life. Some life. I'm not going to save anything I did today because I don't know what I did. It gives me some life. There's not enough. And that's what I guess I mean by drawing inspiration from that. My theme is a guy falling in love with technology and asks the daring question, does robotics actually have a soul after all? I'm out there too. Okay, So we're going into some very. Either way, Specker, thank you for trusting us with your track. I didn't say that thing. I should say that thing. I'll say that thing. Thank you for trusting us with your track. There we go. It's done. So many nights I've missed. Many a nights. I think that is wrong. Many a night. I think grammatically is the way you would do that. Many a night I've missed you. Many a time I've needed you. Oh, but you're always around for $3. That took a turn. Okay. Yeah, many a night I've missed you. Many a time I've needed you, technically, if you're going to be lyrical and wordy about it. Anything else sounds like you just don't know how to write. Pounds like a Sam, thank you. Wait, no, you're thanking them. Thank you for thanking them. Appreciate it. And I'm glad you noted it, Specker. All right, here we go. We got this Perfect Harmony instrumental, but it has lyrics. I'm curious. This is the first single for Spiritual Continuity. Perfect Harmony releases May 1st to all major streaming platforms. Own a piece of history. Bold of you. The first 2,500 people that I will document will get free tickets to my premiere opening event that will last 3 days. Where is probably a good place to mention. So come on and spread all the information to your friends, and let's kick off this music career. Why does this sound like an ad to like a New Year's party? And I haven't even listened to the song yet. This sounds like the kind of ads that like reception halls here in Montreal would like put out on Facebook to like get people there. First person gets 20. It's funny. Anyways, here we go. Let's listen to it. Let's talk about it. 4 minutes. 4 minutes is also a hell of a long song, and it's an instrumental too. But let's listen to it and let's talk about it all within 15 minutes because technically Pyro is a subscriber. So let's listen to it and talk about it all within the span of 15 minutes. Let's go. Here we go. goes. Kind of reminiscent of Pink Floyd, The Wall, specifically Another Brick in the Wall, Part 3. The synth that goes into I don't need no drugs to calm me. That synth was very... No. Yes, I'm correct. Okay, I have one question before we get into this. Why is this a song from GoldenEye soundtrack? Why is this a song from the GoldenEye soundtrack? Is my first question. It's exactly what it sounds like. Perfect Dark or GoldenEye. They were the same. It was Rareware that produced that. But it sounds super texturally similar to that. That is both... I just love GoldenEye, though. Yeah, I mean, like, who doesn't love GoldenEye? Although I would claim that Perfect Dark is a better GoldenEye. Fight me. It was literally supposed to be the sequel to GoldenEye, and therefore had improved mechanics and dynamics, and was developed even more on a weapon basis as well. So, someone fight me. But Perfect Dark is a better GoldenEye. Yeah. Okay, let's get into the actual opinion here. So... let me just start with one quick note, I guess. That wasn't it. Depeche Mode, I say, was the culprit to my reason to make music. Oh, okay, well that explains a little more. Now we've learned a few things about music making since Depeche Mode really broke ground in that zone. But let's start here. This is stupid because it's like, for me, it's like an easy fix and it's something that is obvious to me. GoldenEye 4-player only hand combat, slappies only. I could get down with that. Harumakic, I guess, with the C at the end. Harumakic, hello. How you doing? It's a lo-fi crushed track. I would overlap those two notes. I would synthesize. I have a constant lo-fi track for layering. Okay, I wouldn't. It's going to be another one of my notes. I would hold on the E when you're playing it. Because when you just play the two notes... they just kind of hang out on their own. But if you were to... it would have far more grandeur. They would announce themselves in a far more epic way if you held down on that one E when you go to the B thereafter. I would hold on those notes. I would sustain the E. I wrote down, you sure you don't want to sustain that E? Because I would. It's a good move. Okay. Let's talk about some specifics, some easy things to fix here. Here... perks, those impact sort of percussions, those ones are too loud. They need to be brought back in the mix. They, again, are accomplishing what they need to be with far less volume already. So bring them back in the mix, just create that contrast. Every now and then having them that loud, fine, but I would far less emphasize the high frequencies of their shells, their drums, I guess, than the low frequencies, just to create a far more of a booming effect at high volumes. Whereas at low volumes, all we really need, I would still actually turn up the low mids on these drums either way, because even when we bring it back, we're going to need those low mids back. So emphasize on your EQ some low mids on those impact drums, and then bring them down in the mix. They'll sit nice and tight. What else do we got? So you have some alternate melodies here. You have some change ups here. I think it's too little too late. I think you have a lot of repetitive things going on throughout this song. Overall, it's very just here's this section, here's this section, here's this section, here's this section. There's no sections that refer to each other. There's no foreshadowing. There's like the storytelling elements that writers and movie makers and script writers use are also available to musicians. Like you could very well foreshadow a riff, foreshadow a bass line, foreshadow a drum line. Although in your case, your entire song is foreshadowing a drum line in that it has the same fucking beat throughout. I would also change that up a little bit. I would cut out on the drums sometimes. I would put a different beat altogether. You did it right at the end, but again, too little, too late. And it's so similar in terms of beats. Like, I don't see enough rhythmic contrast. I don't see enough melodic contrast. Smoking pot a lot. I feel you and welcome. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I don't see enough. I don't see enough contrast throughout the song. Weave of Canada. My ears got tired. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it is an effect of this song. It drags. I think you could have accomplished all of these themes in like 2.5 minutes, if I'm being fully transparent. But that's just me. That's just me. I don't necessarily know that you had to... Oh God, my chat's freezing up here. I don't necessarily know that you had to go and create anything create this like sort of long-winded story is I guess what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think that's like what you know. What else doesn't help it? Honestly, what doesn't help it also is the fact that you're using textures in the song that are not. They're very like they sound like cheap meaty. I don't want to say it, but like I have to say it to you. It sounds like some cheap meaty stuff. It sounds like the textures were like, what do we have in our DAW, and how can we keep it as close as possible and make it fit with other textures that we have in our DAW, without really much work or without much forethought. I know I'm about to do a podcast with someone who's like a very rigorous musician that they are like on every platform. They submit every week. They have new stuff to submit every week, but their actual content itself, it is not developed. They just pull up a synth, they put some reverb and some delay on it, and they bring a MIDI track into their DAW, and they call it a day, and they call it a cover. I'm not really on that. Like, I told him what I think about it, and I'm like, that's not a cover in my opinion. That's just a copy-paste, kind of borderline plagiarism, but it's in a great enough zone that he gets away with it. And I'm like not impressed by these sounds in that similar way. It's like you took someone else's synth that someone worked on, and you just kind of slapped it in your track, and you put your MIDI notes on it. Not a huge fan of the way that it sounds. The guitar, man, when it comes in, I was like, okay, finally, some change. I was like, tension, that's good, it's good. Then the guitar just stayed on that. And like, and then eventually it changed, and I'm like, okay, it's better, but then it didn't change again, and I was like, oh my God. We're just moving from one section to we're just going through the motions of making a song. And I think you have a lot more storytelling to do. I think you have to not just, like in a book that you like reading. I'm sure all of us have read at some point or another one book that really stood out to us. Harry Potter was a good example for me. That is not just because here's what happened to Harry Potter now. Here's what happened to him after that. Here's what happened to Harry Potter then. Here's what happened to Harry Potter and his friends then. Here's what happened. No, there's ties. There's like nuance. They're tying in other characters with it. They're shifting your attention to the other characters. And it's not so here. It's got to be a little bit more, make your song dance with itself. Vente bailar. What was the song? Vente conmigo. You know what I mean? Like, make it dance is a song we got earlier on. Don't worry about it. Smoking Pot a Lot is my favorite Digimon. Mainly I was afraid of getting too into the mix. I did not want the lyrics to be shadowed by the track itself. dude, you have like 3 lyrics for the song, and it's about having sex with a robot. I don't think much is going to overshadow anything in this. There's not much shadow. As a matter of fact, you're sort of telling the story to me here, here, here, here. There's not much shadow being cast. You're just kind of lighting the way forth for us. I don't need that. I need darkness. I need mystery. I need dance. I need your lyrics to interact with your vocals, with your melody. I need the drums to interact with the bass. I need the bass to interact with the vocals. I need the drums to interact with the guitar. You see what I'm saying here? Like songs that are well constructed and well put together. Everything fits together at every moment. And seeing as we work on a time-based medium, that is kind of important, and it's part of the game, if you will. It's kind of part of the game. How long can the songs be? I'll get to that in a minute. I thought it was a Yu-Gi-Oh card. That's interesting. I hope so. It was a crossover event. Makes sense. Figured it'd be more. I figured more. Less is more would have been a good policy. Less is more, but the elements that you do put in the category of less should be more themselves. If you're gonna have a lot, which by the way you don't have less, you have all kinds of elements stacked one on top of the other. They're just simple and they kind of fit together. They're just kind of a sandwich. But like a sandwich, just have ham and cheese and lettuce, no sauce, just the bread, not toasted, you're gonna have a sandwich. Do you want a sandwich or do you want a sandwich? You know what I mean? Like, do you want me to make you a fucking sandwich or do you want me to make you a sandwich? Make me a sandwich. Give me those elements. You know, put some pickles in there. Throw some mustard on the top row. Mayo on the bottom so it goes well with the lettuce. Salt your tomato. You know what I mean? Your ham, is it just like regular ham or is it smoked? Can you upgrade it? You know, like your cheese, make it some Gouda instead of some basic ass Swiss. Your elements in and of themselves don't have to be many. Less is more indeed. But the elements that are in there, like a good recipe, should be greater than the sum of their parts. Take that away. Think about aglio olio, pasta. Aglio olio, which means literally garlic and oil. Those 2 ingredients, garlic, oil, pasta, lemon, water, salt. Those are the parsley. 7 ingredients that are involved in aglio olio pasta. And it is one of the most renowned Italian dishes in the world. But yeah, we will get to that smoking pot a lot. We have been smoking pot a lot, so we're going to be drinking water a lot as well. A lot of water from my water bottle. Individual songs on one song is a good way of putting that, actually. It's a good way of putting that because it does feel like there are movements, if you will. And again, even composers, when they compose movements, they have movements within a 4-minute long or 5-minute long, 6-minute long symphony. You have those sections, but they refer to each other. They play on each other. Some of them, you only take away the violin. There's no horns. You know what I mean? Those arrangements, those compositions are thought through so that the sections talk to each other. That's why it's far more individual songs on one song. No, there's a full song actually. Don't do that. Don't do yourself a disservice. Don't do yourself a disservice. Like, edit this down to something interesting. Don't add more to it. That is a disservice you are doing to yourself. The lyrics I sent you was your coffee song. Oh, I see. Thanks. I'll take those lyrics under advisement. Probably won't use them. As a Swiss cheese has nothing to do with Swiss cheese. You're right. My mistake. Swiss cheese, in and of itself, is the generic term for like slightly tangy white cheese. But Gruyere, Emmental, so good. The Swiss have done us great favors by making these products. That and chocolate. Swiss chocolate's delicious. Swiss chocolate is amazing. So that's what my point is here. Throw some Gruyere on your sandwich. Shred some Gruyere and Emmental and put it inside of your grilled cheese. You know what I mean? Instead of just putting fucking Kraft Singles or some American cheddar. Like, you have options to make those ingredients stand out with each other. An easy way to do it, if you're going to be doing it, put some put some Dijon on the inside of your sandwich. But my point is, like, ingredients should amp each other up, like in a song, in a recipe. That's my whole point with this. Either way, thank you, Pyro, for allowing us to listen to the song online, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Weave of Canada. I'm just playing Minecraft right now. I forgot to do hydrate. Yeah, we're gonna get to that right now, actually. Pyrochem music. I appreciate the feedback. I'll be putting your wonderful Italian recommendations, and this Italian me will probably apply it and be better. Well, good to know that you're also of Italian descent. I'm also as well of Italian. I'm born in Canada, but family is born in Italy. So yeah, good on you for making a track that like sort of does stand out from the norm. Execution, bit mid if I'm being honest. I'll be lurking. I am here. Good. I'm glad. There's plenty of lessons to learn from everyone's music. Sounds like a Sam. I'm glad you appreciate the cheese comment. Meaning cheeses you can't pronounce on sandwiches you ain't heard of. Yo, Specker, try me. Give me the cheese. Just give me the cheese. Just give me the cheese, because I be hungry now. Please tell me what cheeses you're eating and I'll get some cheese. Pyrochem music, you're great at feedback. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's like one thing that I do well, I guess, I suppose. Weeb of Canada, dick cheese. Jesus, fuck. That's brutal, dude. That's brutal. All right. Thank you very much, Pyrochem Music, for trusting us with your track. We're going to be moving on. We're going to see if BioWolf Ass dropped out a second time. Did they? They're here in the chat, supposedly. Purportedly, they are here in the chat. Oh shit, they're actually here. Really early project, no mix, no master. Oh-ho! Indeed. No, that's you, King. I'm simple. Kerrygold cheese is the fanciest I go. Kerrygold's good. I think, right? That's Irish cheese. It's Irish cheddar, I believe, right? If I'm not mistaken. Irish cheddar is delicious cheese. What do you mean? Oh, fuck, I want cheese now. I'm going to get some Parmesan. Fuck. I'm going to get some Parmesan. I'll be right back. Literally. I need cheese. Good talking about cheese. I need cheese! I got cheese. I got some Parmesan. Some Parmigiano Reggiano 24-month. You know I'm not fucking around. That's you, King. Derailed the stream, got his ass. It's funny that you think I wasn't going to have cheese. That looks good. All right. Cheese and D's by Wolfies. F? More E. Okay, thank you, Pounds Like a Sam. We're going to listen to this song, 250310, Demo 5, by Sorbet. Oh, now you're making me want sweets. Motherfucker, look at this bitch. Let's listen to this song and let's talk about it. We will put 10 minutes on the timer and let's get going with cheese.
I like the way you move, yeah, I like it. The way you find the groove, can't fight it. The way your body sways is electric. The way your body sways is electric. a pitfall. Don't move, don't try. It's game, love or die. Long nails, sharp goals, none in a pitfall. Don't move, don't try. It's game, love or die. Long nails, sharp goals, none in a pitfall. Don't move, don't try. It's game, love or die. Long nails, sharp goals, none in a pitfall. Don't move, don't try. It's game, love or die. Long nails, sharp goals, none in a pitfall. Don't move, don't try. It's game, love or die. Long nails, sharp goals, none in a pitfall. Don't move, don't try. It's game, love or die. I feel like wolf tonight.
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Like, honestly, I'm not... I don't know that there's much to do. I have a couple ideas. Okay, so the first thing I have here is this is your first, you said, your first proper attempt at Piano House. With Food Crave Goes Hard, absolutely, Pounds Like a Sam. And I Love You, Kai. I did not watch Spot Pilgrim. It's why you did not receive a message from me, because I did not watch it. I promise you, as soon as I do, Emma, I don't know if you're watching or if you're listening, note that we have to watch Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I wanted to tell you about this yesterday, but you got home too late, and I finished the stream way too late last night. We have to watch Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Is another one. Is another one we got to watch. So I don't know if you can hear me. Just yeah. That's what I had to say. So, like, either way, the vocal sample's a bit meba. Oh well, we're going to talk about that as well. I'm glad that you joined Weeb of Canada. I'm glad that General Tibbs digs it. Only thing I personally want is maybe some more EQ variation on the piano, but that's a personal thing. I think you're starting in the right place here, Tips. I think I would like some variation in the piano altogether. New chords, maybe. New, I don't know, just like insinuations, because you're doing a lot of the, so you're doing a lot of the E flat to the A, to the B flat. You're doing a lot of that. Maybe even just doing like some, not even new chords in that, but like new insinuations, new little like accents, like. You like that kind of thing could very well have brought up a little bit more difference in it, a little bit more variation inherently. You just like accentuate. The other idea, it seems to be the one that Kai is like drooling over right now, is literally replacing it like with something like a strummy guitar, like. You want me to put that in the song? I don't think so. It could be good. It could fit. So have fun with it. I give you permission to sample this video and put that in your song. It's part of the stream. I'm gonna cut myself some more cheese here because this 20 is way too good. Ohio Khan, appreciate you. Thank you very much, and thanks for being with us for the first time. The So Tame Impala, the strum guitar. That strum guitar is so fire. Maybe a different chord progression at some parts. Yeah, so that's the the idea there is like maybe changing the chord, maybe making the chord itself change slightly instead of doing just like a I already did this idea, but like instead of doing a E flat minor, doing just like a flat minor seventh, E flat seventh, or no, that's half diminished, I think. There you go. General tips with the win. Big W. Yeah, so that's an idea for the change up. It's just to give more variance with the piano itself, because it's a piano synth, it's a piano house song, but that doesn't mean we can't use other ideas, right? Break from the vocals would be my next thing. You do use that vocal sample pretty much throughout. You do use vocal samples pretty much throughout the entire song. Let's scan through, shall we? Let's play a fun game together. I'm trying to find a part where there's no vocals. Okay, we had a break. That's nice. What else we got? We had a break. The song didn't start with vocals, and then we had a break for the first drop. That's not enough. We need more breaks from the vocals. Especially because you said it yourself, self-admittedly, it is a repetitive sample. It is something that doesn't really change up on itself. It's a bit meh, is actually your words that you used, but either way. The last piece of advice that I'll give you is let's listen to the side chain specifically in this section here, how it affects all of the instruments.
Don't move, don't try, it's game, love or die. Long nails, sharp corners, a bit full. Don't move, don't try, it's game, love or die. Long nails, sharp corners, a bit full.
So, it's very typical to put the sidechain on everything so that your kick comes through. Personally, I would prefer that you layer a new kick and that you emphasize your kick for the last drop specifically. I would prefer that you layer your kick so that it stands out a little more, and that you do not sidechain specifically things like your piano or like your lead vocal or like whatever layer you would want. Whatever layer you would want to keep at the forefront of your mix, don't sidechain. If you're going to just a little bit, just to say that your kick has really like is still shining through, that's one thing, but this is like full slam. It's full slam. Don't fully slam everything for your last drop, is I guess my point here. Let some bleed through. Your kick should maintain energy. Yeah, absolutely. But your song should feel a little bit more upbeat and different and not just slams on every kick and on every snare, is my personal opinion on that. And good time. Let me just make sure that I have everything that I've covered. Vocals, different vocal sample. Yeah, you could very well, if you wanted to maintain vocals, I'm going to say this off screen though, you could very well just find a new vocal sample that fits with it, or like of the same collection, that one that you might have cut out, using it just like very sporadically as kind of like a almost like an ad-lib track, cutting in and out of certain things just to create that dynamic contrast within the vocals themselves, glitching it up, or like again layering harmonies. Harmonies is also always a good idea, by the way. If you could like copy this track and harmonize it, put it up a minor third or like a fourth or something like that, whatever fits with the section. Chopping, exactly, Weeb, exactly, chopping. So it's a thing that you can absolutely do with your vocals, and I think it's a good idea because you don't have much change in the vocal track specifically. So either way, that's pretty much all I got to say about your track. It's a good song. It's like, it's nice, and this is a good example of minimalist stuff that is still giving energy throughout and not taking away from its own energy. This is a good thing. So there's that. Either way, thanks for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, analysis, feedback, what have you. I appreciate that you can appreciate the feedback. There's some cool ideas that everyone had, as a matter of fact, and that's absolutely right. And yeah, I think that you got some minor tweaks to do, but it's pretty good as it is for some early work. If it's you said it's early stuff, but like if it's early stuff, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. It is indeed General Tips' turn, so I'm going to pull up his track. What are you guys up to? What's the chat up to right now, huh? What's chat up to? What kind of cheese? What kind of cheese do you have? Swiss? No, man. It's aged Parmesan Reggiano. The best. Ohio Con, you seem to be handled by my chat, which I appreciate you all very much. Specker and Pounds Like a Sam. You guys are big dubs. Big dubs. All right. I'm so energetic. My teachers constantly praised me for how energetic I was in class and my ability to distract others. Constantly praised. My mom constantly got praise about that from my teachers. I always came home and I said, Mom, you'll never guess. My teacher said that I was a distraction again today. They said I was so energetic. Yes, we will be smoking. I got this ready. Don't worry about it. You know what? Smoke goes well with cheese. Did you know smoke goes well with cheese? It does now, motherfucker. I didn't like that properly. That's so anticlimactic. There we go. This thing is a chop beast, and I don't know if I have it tamed. Okay, we'll see it from that perspective. Cheese weed, I think it's all about music. What a phrase. Cheese weed, I think it's all about music. What a thought. What a thought to have in this life. I didn't think those were interconnected, but now they are. The low grades were their way of saying they love me. Exactly. All right. My slow-ass computer has finalized this process. And we have this track here. Now, General Tips is a subscriber. So, they get 15 minutes. That's how it works, folks. For now. Everything goes well with cheese. 1 second, I realized you adding cheese on your weed, and I like I want this, I want this so bad. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't not work. Honestly. It doesn't not work. It's not the right strain of weed, I think, in its flavor profile to go well with this cheese, but it wouldn't not work. I will argue that coffee does not go well with cheese. Really? Have you ever had Tips? I know you love me. I have to set someone straight here. Have you ever had a coq madame or a coq monsieur at like breakfast or at brunch? I wonder. Because it is amazing. It's grilled cheese done better. Straight up. Better cheese, bechamel, Dijon mustard, toasted on both sides, inside and out. And when you bite it apart, there's all of the things that you want from a grilled cheese to happen, and then some. It's great. And then you eat that at brunch, right? It's a brunch. If you have the coq madame, it's the same thing, but they put more bechamel and more cheese on the top, and then they break an egg on top of it, and like they fry an egg and they put it on top, and that's a coq madame. And then you have coffee with that because it's kind of a breakfast dish. Even if you don't have the egg, it's still a breakfast dish in my opinion. It's like a breakfast grilled cheese. And then you have not cooked, cluck. There's an R in there. It's a coq madame now. It is absolutely a cuck madame. From now on, I will never not call it a cuck madame. What if we dry the cheese? Yeah, if you age the cheese in smoke, you can cold smoke cheese, and it's really good. Coffee with cheese is fine if bread is involved. That's an argument that I'd be willing, or some pastry. That's an argument that I'd be willing to hear. I've never been cucked, monsieur. No, I'm a sucker for pastries. Yeah, me too, dude. Me too. Fucking crazy. My girlfriend used to be a baker in a breakfast restaurant, a brextaurant, if you will. And it was like, for a moment, the reason I gained so much weight. Straight up. It was so good. Oh. Still no, but alas. All right. Clip. Thank you very much. I appreciate that clip. Thank you so much, Pounds. I just had tortilla for supper. I'm not a fan. Okay, tips. That's enough of a distraction. We're gonna get to your track now. I'm not a fan of tortilla. I've had only like maybe 3 to 5 good tortillas in my life. The rest of them are all either too dry, the meat is not flavorful enough, the meat is too flavorful. Tortilla, and it was ruined to me as it was ruined for. Becker, appreciate the follow. It was ruined for me as a youth because I would always have it shoved down my throat, and when I didn't want it. I make mine with gravy and no time. No time. Maybe. We'll see. All right, enough. Skate, my tips. Enough of a delay. Let's go. Sorry, I'm enjoying this cheese right now. It was a nice symbiotic experience. Because, like this song, there were crystals within the cheese. Parmesan cheese famously has a lot of crystalline structure. And it felt like I was tasting your song. And that was nice. Ah, that was good. That was an experience that washed over me. Okay, this is much better. This is much better than the last time you submitted this song. So for those who don't know, who don't tune in weekly, General Tips is a bit of a regular, a bit of a regular. But he has submitted this song before, and we have given some advice on it. I remember the idea with like implementing binaural beats, so that we could have a little bit more of the stereo enhanced effect. I hear subtle implements of that brought in. Those crystals, those crystalline effects were everything to me. Everything. They really like expanded the dynamic range of this song. believe it or not. It's something that I didn't know the track needed, but now that they have it, I would never go back. Ever. Even if there's a fire. There's not much to say about this song, dude. Like you noticed, the delay has moments where it could use a bit of a cut off, and that would already speak to my main note, which is that there could be more absolute negative space moments that the vocals just kind of pop out and just peekaboo at us a little bit. But yeah, there are some resonances that I would maybe remove and suck some vacuum air out of it so that when we come back with this absolutely gorgeous thing, we really feel like we're in space, but there are stars everywhere. It's kind of the emotion I'm going for here. Let's look at some examples. Weeb of Canada absolutely loved it. I wasn't going to submit it, and then I found those. Honestly, good call, dude. Good call. Really good call. Yeah, the transients are neat. Could be SoundCloud encoding, making them not as sharp as I want. Very possible. I read an article recently that SoundCloud is working to alleviate any encoding stress that is put upon the tracks. Although it's very minimal as it is. My dynamic range is very, very high with SoundCloud already, so I've never really noticed it to be a problem. Mostly on some specific days where there's like high volume or whatever, but not really more than that. All right. Let's talk about this. Let's listen to some of those moments where it fades to nothing, but not quite nothing.
Be too good for love, serious. I like to keep it a little less.
I didn't mind that moment so much. It's kind of just awkward a little bit. I don't know what's missing or too much from that section, but it just kind of, it sort of stumbles on itself.
Be too good for love.
That weird volume increase, did you hear it? You might need to chop that, like make it actually like a staccato. Yeah, you might have to go like, you know, like bring it up slowly, gradually. Yeah, Nasco on Twitter went on a tirade posting screenshots of transients. Is that what I might have seen? I might have seen the response to that specifically. Something overlaying on the serious coming in, probably need a fade or something. Yeah. So like little moments like that where it's like I wouldn't notice if there wasn't already a silence moment, but then it's extra noticeable. Let's hear some others. I know there's at least one other moment. Like that. No, I don't. I think that's fine as well, where it is actually. Give me some vocals only on that section. Maybe reverb with the vocals. Fine, if you insist. But like, give me nothing except vocals on that like little stinger right there. You could bring those with the kick back after that point, but like specifically during the vocals, just give me some negative space there. Something's overlaying. Oh yeah, no, we talked about it. We want that to build back, so we want the lack of negative space to be sort of the trend.
No, I won't save you, but I'll show you how. Get yourself off the ground.
Glitch work is so cool. I don't know if you do a lot of stereo glitch work in this. You do. Okay, I'm hearing prominently that there's some stereo glitching work here.
I won't save you, but I'll show you how. Get yourself off.
With the harmonies glitching in the center there. I don't know if I would do like the ping pong left and right for that specific sample, because it's kind of, it almost sounds like it could have been a reversed delay. You know what I mean? It could be very well like the actual vocal effects kind of trailing off, but it's reverse trailing. It could very well be interpreted as that. Those delays in the background there, those overdubs stepping on each other a little bit, I will be honest.
Get yourself off the ground,
They're all the same sort of notes and registers, and there's pen in a similar way, like very, very close to the center, if not dead center. I think they could step on each other a little bit less. Maybe choose your moments, maybe call and response more so than overlapping.
Yeah, we could skate all day and all night long. Oh, we're flying now. Not gonna let you down.
Maybe that delay again, instead of it being a quarter note delay, actually that's a half note technically considering this tempo. Yeah, it's double time, so so those half note delays, maybe make them half dotted or quarter note dotted. Like that timing, you know? Not gonna let you down, maybe something like that. Again, moment of sterility before we enter our most dramatic section yet might be good. Kind of like a pre-drop, like a rise almost.
Baby, breathe now. Roll down the window. Oh, feel the breeze now. No conversation. Don't complicate it.
That whole drop was so tasty. That whole drop was so tasty. I want to listen to it again. Fuck y'all. I want to listen to it again.
Baby, breathe now. Roll down the window. Oh, feel the breeze now. No conversation. Don't complicate it.
I'm not necessarily the hugest fan of the tail end of it, although it's starting to grow on me every time it plays. I'm like, oh, those little chimes at the end really do it for me. But they don't. But then intellectually they do, but intellectually they don't. But feeling-wise they do. And it's kind of like, I shouldn't like this, but I like it. Does that make any sense? I think, Tips, this has gotten much farther than the last draft that you submitted. It's like, maybe last time we had like a lot more of the structural integrity of it that was like not questionable, but like was a little more disorganized. It's not the case at all any longer. I feel like this has a very defined concept, and it's 2 minutes of anyone's time very well spent so far. Very few things to be done at this point. Very, very few. It's because it's an F and not F sharp? Is it really? Oh shit. It is. And my pedals gave out again. I think this tape is running the end of its life at this point. Yeah. Yeah, this tape has had its day. Let's see if we can get it working again. Because I was gonna play a nice F sharp chord with a clean guitar. Have you thought of implementing those kind of like sort of artifacts, like guitar artifacts? It's in F in 3 different octaves. My guitar doesn't even go. I am not even able to go up to the F. I'd have to like bend. Yeah, it's in F minor. Absolutely, it is. It's a nice key. It's a very, very nice key. I'm not against F as a chord. I just prefer F minor. Thank you, Weeb. You're keeping me in check here, and I'm like kind of relying on you. F sounding guitars like a honestly, if it would be literally like a very, very typical guitar sound, you know, like those kind of little pinch harmonics. Those are not pinch harmonics, those are tap harmonics. Maybe that's a little too intense, but yeah, those ideas would maybe stand out a little bit more as like individual moments where there's a new texture. I like the injection of those that you've already done, but I feel like there could be one chaos element that we hear once, maybe twice in this song, just because we have that chaos inherent. It's all very gentle. It's all a very gentle song. It's like a very dainty song. And then when these moments come in, those chimes come in and they sort of comfort us, but meanwhile there is this crazy amount of like a super energetic section happening. Smoking pot a lot thinks we should hydrate again. The chaos is there in this very gentle, orderly track that sort of stimulates thought, but just takes us along this nice, gentle, quiet journey. And then there are moments of tension. Let me just drink this. You having one element that kind of is a barely reoccurring element, something like a guitar tap harmonic or something like that, they could, or maybe just like one specific type of bell like that, but like in the key of F, not in G. That could be an idea. But like apart from that, I don't really see much creative work to be doing to that, if I'm being honest with you. Like there's so much of that already that I don't know if I would add further elements of chaos into it. But that's just how I feel. Either way, thank you very much, General Tips, as always, for allowing us to listen to the song online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It came so far along. Oh, no, my ear's doing the thing. Whew! It came so far along since the last time that you submitted this song. I'm like impressed at its where it's arrived. So I'm happy about that. Yeah, I think that this is the final stages of like mix. This is what I call mix 3 territory, where if we're not achieving the things we achieved in mix 1 and 2 by mix 3, mix 1 and 2 were never really supposed to be mix 1 and 2. Like the mix 1 is like, this is my pretty much final concept. Mix 2 is an adjustment of that, and mix 3 is the finalization with those adjustments sort of being taken into consideration, if you will. That's where we're at personally. It's like you've added these wonderful things that really have brought this song to level 2.0, and now level 3.0 is just going to be this tiny little adjustment here and there. It's going to really step that track up to like 100% finished. But either way, it's pretty much there. Thank you for trusting us with it. It is a great song. I like it a lot. Maybe I'm just alone. But there's other people that liked it too, so I'm not. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. Our subscribers, we appreciate you. Keeping the lights on. Literally, I'm trying to save electricity by using like fluorescent and LED, but at some point or another, it still costs electricity. So thank you for keeping them on to my subscribers. Fuck yeah, hopefully get it cleaned out and mixed up this week. Yeah, man. I'll be willing to listen to a final draft next week. It's your turn, Smoking Pot. We got our link already pulled up for you. Don't worry about it. And it's here. Smoking pot a lot, so might as well be smoking pot. Except a lot. Oh, that is a thick salami. That is a hell of a joint. Comfortably Numb extended solo. Ooh, I wonder if I'm going to get copyright flagged on this. Okay, because I love this song, you better not have fucked up this solo. I'll just say that. Let's just say that. I wonder if I'm going to get copyright flagged for this because this is a cover and they flag my covers. But that's because when I do a cover, it sounds very close. Sonically, I do it on purpose to match, as a challenge, to match the sound. Like the Foo Fighters cover, automatically gets flagged by Sony, I think, Warner. I don't know. So I'm wondering if this is going to be an experiment. It's also a long song, guys, so feel free to strap in and burn one as we listen to Comfortably Numb Extended Solo, the instrumental by Smokin' Pot a Lot, which was definitely what we'll be doing because this album begs for that. Let's do it. Stop this right here. Before I proceed with a song that I love very much, Smokin' Pot a Lot, who played this guitar? Who played this guitar? Specker? I'm on the same page as that. Who played this guitar? Smokin' Pot a Lot. No, you didn't. I know an AI guitar when I hear one. And it was at first pretty close. It had good reference material. Good, as in the original and all of the live versions of this song. But yeah, if so, please upload a stem of the original guitar exactly as it is, like I can overlay this guitar take on top to SoundCloud. No, but that doesn't prove anything. Why? Because Weeb Canada, you can actually stem out guitars. You can take this one to Moises and easily stem it out. You can easily stem this out. I've literally done that for months now, learning songs, and I've heard what AI does to guitars for months now. You can see through the transients, though. Not really. Not really. Let me put it this way. The first part, let's go back to this part. I was like, it's meaty. It sounds like it's meaty, but like, okay, someone composed meaty. Someone composed meaty and like, you know, redid it, reskinned it, if you will. It's just, it didn't sound quite right, and this was the giveaway for me here. I was like, first of all, those are some clean guitar riffs, like almost to a point where, like, okay, if you had locking Floyd Rose, if you had perfect intonation, if you had a scaled fretboard that was perfectly scaled to your fingers, and if you were a guitarist of such a high caliber, why is Steve Vai on my stream? First of all. Second of all, even if he is, okay, even if he was, it would still sound more imperfect than this, because he includes imperfection. And even the bends are perfectly staggered in an almost like an LFO-like way, where the vibratos are like, and like adhering a perfect, like a constant vibrato rhythm in and of itself. And that's just, again, inhuman. Then there's these sounds right here. These sounds right here, where you're not sure what you're hearing. You're hearing either like the guitars, but then the strings overlaid perfectly on top of them. Like, the mix is, again, formidably convincing that, like, there are layers on top of layers that don't sound quite like a guitar only, but that sell the sound that you would hear during an epic guitar solo. And again, AI can't always distinguish between some strings and distorted guitars. I've heard this time and time again. Now, the only way I see it not being AI is if it's using a VST on MIDI, but then a VST wouldn't have this kind of quality. A VST would not be able to achieve, it might be able to achieve a part of it. This is why I was like, oh, it sounds like MIDI guitar to me. But then B, why would Smokin' Pot a Lot say it was performed? Which is the part that gets me actually mad. You say you perform it. There is nothing that this is performed. I've been working my ass off for the past 2 months to nail solos in this era and in other eras. 2 months straight, I've been busting my balls, breaking my literal fingertips, okay? Breaking my fucking fingers so that this nail splits from the fucking fingertip to learn solos that are in the 80s guitar rock era. Though some of the most advanced guitar technique before gent and metal, because it was the basis of gent and metal, those shreddy solos, 80s guitars, where it was born, for fuck's sake. And I'm busting my balls to perform, to pick this bitch up and play. And then there's motherfuckers that come in here and say, oh, I played this. I don't know what you're trying to prove, but you ain't proven balls. I don't care. This is contrary to popular belief, for the record. I don't care that people want to submit AI music. There's a Galaxy, Galactic Neoblade, I think, is one of our subscribers, and a good dude overall, comes in here and says, hey, I have a song that I made with AI and I think it sounds cool. And I'm like, cool! Let's listen to that. I've shown music that I've written, recorded, performed, mixed, and mastered myself. And I put that same song's lyrics and description into AI, and I've listened to the difference on stream. It's quite fun. But I don't say it's me performing it. You fraud. I would say thank you for trusting us with anything, but I don't trust you with anything. Smokin' Pot, you made the one mistake. You weren't honest about your music. Like, I'm sorry. There's no universe that this isn't AI or MIDI or both. I don't give a fuck. There is no universe where that's the case. And if you're going to lie, I didn't think you'd play it. We know it's you, Elon. All AI music makes me angry because I spent 10 years practicing tuba, thousands of dollars in lessons. Yeah, this is another argument. Countless performances, strict teachers that would cuss me out for pitch and breath control, and AI just makes me angry on that because it takes all the skill away, makes me feel like I practice for nothing. In these scenarios, Weeb of Canada, you are correct. In these scenarios, when someone says, hey, I did this thing, It's a waste of fucking time. Absolutely. Sigma Delta Wave. Thank you for lurking, by the way. Appreciate you. What a champ. W for the win, for sure. W for the win. Did you know? Then why waste all of our time? Exactly. So either way, no matter what angle you look at this from, and this is the number one fault with all of people who try and do this, because it's happened a couple of times. It's happened a couple of times at this point. And I'm like now getting used to it. Look, I wasted the entire time fucking cussing you out. Now, you deserve worse. I would put 15 minutes like a subscriber to give you the shit that you deserve for this. But essentially, you not only claimed it was your work, it was a fucking Pink Floyd song on top of it. How fucking dare you? Pff, shame. Not only claimed that you did something cool with a Pink Floyd song, and that it was your performance. Not only that, you then defended that it was absolutely you, which... Don't bother. I don't care about your defense, okay? I'm not sympathetic to your cause right now. But on top of that, saying, man, I didn't think you'd play it, risking my copyright for that shit, Jesus fuck, what an overall selfish cunt you have been. I have half a mind to fucking ban you. Half a mind. 3/4, give or take. I'm working at 80%, I think, at this point. What the fucking shit, man. Garbage. Trash. I don't even like that there was a... Like, thanks, Weeb of Canada. The thought was nice. I appreciate your intention. But, like, it's frustrating to me because guess what? I've been playing drums since fucking 8 years old. Badly, maybe, for 10 years. And then I actually got my shit together and learned some technique. But I've been playing guitar since I'm 12. It's been over 20 years I've been playing guitar. It's been over 25 years that I'm playing drums. And then people come in and say, like, I did this cool thing, and they lie to you. Get your shit together. Weeb, it's your turn. Thank you. Thank you for being prompt with that, so we don't have to waste any more fucking time. Smoke pot a lot. Go back to doing that. I'm a stoner. That's a fucking degenerate. You even make me feel bad about smoking weed because that's what people think when they think, oh, he smokes weed. He just makes AI tracks and calls himself a musician and a producer. God damn it. Don't take weed away for me, all right? It's the only thing that quiets the noises and the voices in my brain. Don't fucking take that away from me, too. Music and weed? Fuck yourself. God damn. I'm really upset about this. I don't know if you can tell. No, he didn't ruin weed for me. He didn't ruin weed for me. They're still there. All right. We're good. We're good. We're all right. We got 15 minutes on the timer. Oh, Christ. I think it's... Guys, I've been like debating what the future of the stream, and I'll be honest with you, this is actually solidifying my opinion on what I should be doing with this even more. You want brutal? You want brutal, Weeb? I'll be careful, but I'll be brutal. You know, I'm usually brutal but careful. Usually. But motherfuckers is sloppy. We doing roast streams? So yeah, that's one of the angles. That I think could just be funny. Honestly, submit your worst songs and just watch me just like no kindness, no shame. Me literally writing down, there's going to be a book just of insults and things that I can think of that will make you feel pain. It would be funny, and we would all go into this knowing like we're good, we're comfortable with our productionality, and we can get into it. I think it would be funny, but that's not what I'm talking about. 3-year-old release songs only. Pain make me hopeful, by the way. Good. I'm glad, Ohio-kan. my 10-year-old jams would get ripped apart hilariously. I think we'd all just have a good time, honestly. I would show you as well, because I think it's only fair that I show you some of the worst music you guys will have ever heard in your life. It's like 14, 15-year-old me writing songs for like ex-girlfriends and shit. My girlfriend's not gonna be happy, but it's like worth getting roasted over. It's good associating those memories with being roasted. I'm so down. I'm so down. MySpace deleted my OG music. Oh no! You still have those tracks somewhere? Do you still have them saved on a hard disk or something? I don't know. Anyways, let's go. Weeb of Canada, aka Trazom. Trazom? 1, Trazom. 2, Trazom. Tell me which one's right. Vibey Mate. Just decent music. That's it. Like, that's how Trazom. It's Trazom. Just decent music. What a wonderful tag. Like, if there was a producer tag in there, like, that wasn't on your songs, but like was like a branding thing when you like do advertising on Facebook and shit, like this little sound and like Trazom, just decent music, you know, like anyways, let's get into the song before I embarrass myself any further. Vibey Mate by Trazom. Let's listen and let's talk about it all within 15 minutes.
All my friends from London, my fashion is from France, and when we get to Germany, you know we're gonna dance. All my friends from London, my fashion is from France, and when we get to Germany, you know we're gonna dance. I travel to LA, and it's down to the bay. I let that paper rain, Chanel and bathing A. All my friends from London, my fashion is from France, and when we get to Germany, now we're gonna dance. Now we're gonna dance. I travel to LA, and it's down to the bay. I make that paper rain, Chanel and bathing A. I travel to LA, and it's down to the bay. I make that paper rain, Chanel and bathing A. Won't you come with me? I'll show you things that you ain't seen. Keep you on repeat, I'll keep you on repeat. Yeah, just move your feet. I'll show you moves that you ain't seen. I'll keep you dancing till you feel complete. Won't you come with me? I'll show you things that you ain't seen. Keep you on repeat, I'll keep you on repeat. Yeah, just move your feet. I'll show you moves that you ain't seen. I'll keep you dancing till you feel complete.
Okay. Good vibe overall. Drops were started today. Oh wow. Okay. Well, good progress. honestly, Weeb. Good progress. I see the vibe you're going for. I see the aesthetic. It's like very, it's kind of like, what's her name? Kim Petras, Slut Pop. It's I don't know if the genre is slut pop or if it's sex pop. It's kind of like reminiscent. It evokes those kind of vibes. Very kind of sexy vocals. Going from slut pop to mean girl pop. Your last track was slut pop, I do remember. This one is mean girl pop. You're right. You are right. You are correct. Yeah. I see the vibe. Let's establish that. Now let's knock some easy things out of the way. 420 milliseconds. Oh, let's allow this because I want all the slut talk in my stream. There's explicit reminders for everyone, so if you're not 18, get the fuck out. Oops. Please leave, child. First note, very easy. 420 millisecond rule. We go back to it and we refer to it all the time, but we lose that information, which we don't want to lose. Very precious information, so no. Another easy thing to fix. I always forget. Yeah, dude, it's a common thing that is forgotten. Believe it or not, I didn't think it was that much of a problem until I started doing this stream, and I'm like, holy shit, I better start talking about this because people don't realize how prominent of an issue it is and how unprofessional it is, frankly. But like, it's okay. It's just like so easy to forget because you start on the one, you start your note on the one, you start the track on the one. No. Anyways, other things here. Hats. And hat, as I wrote it down, because it goes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and really loud. Really loud. Like it is, I would say 5 decibels too loud. Let me hear. If that, you could probably drop that back 6, 7, 8, 10 decibels, and it would still sit okay in the mix. Sounds like a Sam. First lesson I heard here, and it's burned into my brain. Yeah, dude, you catch those, and you like just throw them into the chat when you do notice it. You had no clue about the 420 millisecond thing? No, Pounds Like a Sam has been like throwing them. Yeah, had no clue about the 420. So I get to tell the story again. I'm gonna pause the timers just so that I could tell this story again. But like, just real talk here, guys. It's all good. I wasn't sure what you meant, but like, nah, I get it. Real talk for a second while the timers paused. I made that shit up. Okay, the 420 millisecond silence is completely arbitrary. I've tested it, and it leaves a nice amount of time before the first note pops in. It's not a full second. It's not quite even half of a second. It is just under half a second. It's just enough time for you to like click, like not even that. It's like, it's like almost an instant, click, boom. Like it's just, it felt right. And 420 because 420. So I made that shit up. Don't tell anybody. But tell everybody. You know what I mean? Tell everybody. Like if you hear that happening, if you hear your buddy show you, hey, let me show you this track. You put it back at the beginning of his track, right? And you like say, okay, let me just show you this. You got to put 400. You tell everybody. Let's make this a thing that started here. That like the industry adopts because it is so common. We could do this. I have faith in us. All right, back to the review. Sorry, Weeb. Let's get back to it. I appreciate your patience. Let's go. Okay, next note. Do you have two different kicks in here, I believe, right? I've heard it in the drop. Go. They should build it into DAWs. Yeah, auto pre-roll silence, right? Like just a check mark option on the export. Auto pre-roll silence? Yes, please. 420 milliseconds though. They should build it into DAWs. I had a perk and a kick. Okay, yeah, so that perk is at a bit of a different, weird, awkward level where like it's coming through. It is, but it's kind of dancing with this extremely loud kick. I would even bring this kick down 1 or 2 dB, personally, I think.
Down to the bay, to the bay, to the bay. I let that paper rain, paper rain, paper, Chanel and babe.
I think it's very powerful. I'm not opposed to it being that powerful necessarily. It's just that compared to your, well, yeah, no, actually, it actually matches well with your high end. I would say be careful with it. It's just that like it sounds like it's like offset with something. Something is contrasting with it with the other level of that kick. So I don't know how to reconcile that. My instinct would be to either turn that perk up or to bring your kick slightly down, but then you might have to adjust accordingly with your high frequency perks. It's just that one hi-hat that is subconsciously making you think that your kick should be louder. Once you bring that down, you have to bring that down. That is like an unoptional rule, non-optional rule. Once you bring that back, you might want to actually bring the kick back a little bit, like 2 or 3 dB. I'm talking like just an edge off of it, just to take off some of the harshness of it. And it's like it's songs like these that make me believe that SoundCloud isn't that bad with transients, because that shit's popping on my speakers. You know what I mean? It's popping. Okay. What else do we got here? 135, see what you're doing, but. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Now we're gonna dance, dance, dance.
I see what you're doing here. It's like a false drop into a riff that becomes a drop. So I get the not the need, but I get the desire to have both. To false drop here.
Now we're gonna dance, dance, dance.
But then we come right back into it with the like those offset percussions again. Those like those high cymbals and stuff. And I feel like that's removing energy in that early part, as well as your false drop. I wouldn't necessarily put a false drop in. If it was my track, I would maybe remove this false drop, and I would maybe hold off on doing the cymbals and just having that synth come through for like maybe 2 measures, then throw in 1 cymbal or 2, or maybe even all of them, give it back. But just to emphasize the deadness even more, I wouldn't get in it with any rhythmic elements right away. It's creating more tension that way. We're not sure what the rhythm is if we're just hearing that dum bum bum bum bum. And you can still track a rhythm. But if you get rid of this false drop, this technique works far better, personally. So just for the record. What do you got here? What else do we got here? Intro drags drop faster. Yeah, it was an idea that I had that maybe your intro overall is kind of long before it actually hits. I kind of feel like there's a lot of intro, personally, for what we end up getting. It's not bad. It just kind of does drag, I guess, a little bit. Just something to keep in mind, I think. I don't necessarily want it changed. Maybe with all of the layers properly in position, it might feel a little bit better. But I just think that, meh. And it might also have to do with your vocals, which is also actually my next note. You have different vocal samples in this section here. Okay, good. What if we took a break every now and then from the vocals, like during your drops? Like maybe you start your drops with no vocals. And then we get to it with vocals. Like this applies to any of your drops, by the way. Look. And third. I understand going up on this vocal, but by the time that this vocal comes in, I'm kind of sick of your vocals. I think you could remove a big chunk of them in your drops. I think you could put half with, half without, and then half with. Like, give us the progression. Make the song evolve over time. It is kind of like better to do so. Just on a popular basis. That's what music in general succeeds, is the ones that evolve over time and do not just stay the same over time. second half vocals type of deal, sure, but don't overuse that. You have 3 drops. Don't just do second half vocals on all of your shit. That's going to sound lame too. Play with your vocals, make them dance. I would find maybe a completely different sample for the second verse. Maybe completely different, something that does not have anything to do with whatever, any of those cities. I don't necessarily want to hear about those cities any longer. You know what I mean? So yeah, maybe something completely different will throw everything else into context and will make me want those vocals back. But right now I want less. Which gives me like an idea for drop 2, actually, I think. No, it's really that. It's really the vocals are really throwing me off on that. I don't have a problem with the instrumental. It sounds nice and juicy. Again, balance that fucking hi-hat. Something every like, hold on. And 1, 2, and like the on the and that's after 2, 1, 2, and 1, 2, and it's shreddy. It's like piercing through. It's cutting through, but it's also cutting through my eardrums. So I think I would control that. Was there an increase in tempo on the last drop, or was it just me? Am I fucking crazy? I don't know. I just caught an AI invader today, so my ears are maybe sharper than they are today. But it sounds like there was a tempo increase.
You come with me, I'll show you things that you ain't seen. Keep you on repeat, repeat, I'll keep you on repeat. Bang to the bang to the bang. I'll make you feel complete. Won't you come with me? I'll show you things that.
Are you sure? It's possible you're correct, but it sounds like even like a 1 or 2 BPM boost right there. It just sounds like maybe it might be it might just be the synth design and the upbeat sort of whistling and stuff like that. The offset of those lead synths might be making it feel like the kick is rushing or the snare is dragging one way or the other. No, it would be either the kick or snare rushing the beat a little bit, but it just sounds slightly. It feels more rushed, right? But that's good. That's good. For your last chorus, you could not hope for better in terms of like sound design. That's like you're bringing the tempo up for that last fucking chorus, and that's great. Yeah. I mean, that was actually my last note, so that timing lines up kind of perfectly. But like that was like, I wasn't sure, but I liked it. It was a good move. Whatever you did to design this in this way. I liked it. So these are the notes, right? Proceeds with novel. Let's see here. 420 millisecond rule. Turn down the hats by like 5 dB or more. Turn the kicks down maybe, or at least layer it in well. Maybe consider turning the perk up, kick down and adjust high frequencies. Yep. Just be careful, be aware of the high frequencies once you turn that hi-hat down, because you might have to rebalance some shit. That hi-hat is consuming a lot of space as it is right now, so I think you could very well be dialing high-end back up in the other elements, but maybe not, just be aware of it. Remove offset perks on false drop. No, I don't necessarily hate remove. Oh, yeah, yes, correct, yeah. Consider removing false drop. I don't necessarily think, yeah, I guess if you consider that part as part of the false drop, just the big synth, the big room synth is like the section I meant, but yes. Can throw in after 1 or 2 measures, cut down the intro a bit, drags. Yeah, be aware of if there are things you can do to trim it down, I would execute on that. Could feel better with better layers, more vocal breaks, find different vocals for second verse, balance hi-hats, the big notes. Yes, all those notes seem approximately correct as to what I embodied. Seems like my notes, basically. Funny how tempo variation is now a sign of our AI overlords. You fucking wish. No, man. I mean, if they master tempo variation and pitch variation to a humanistic degree, there will be no reason for us to perform physically anymore. There would just simply be no like the AI will describe your performance better than any way possible, including human error and human flaw. There would just literally become, oh, I play guitar because it's, you know, that retro thing to do. Similar to how people still play Atari. It's like, yeah, sure, but there's like a better version of everything, including Pong, on everything right now. So why would you go back and play the original Atari? Because it's a retro fun hobby. Kind of like vinyls, but vinyls have more physical value, at least, intrinsic value. But yeah, dude, Weeb, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you, for this song. It's a good song. It's again, it's like what did you call it? Bitch pop? Angry girl pop? Angry girl pop? Is that what it was? Bitch pop. It's bitch pop. I like bitch pop. I like slut pop. I like those genres. They're pretty cool. Mean girl pop. That's what it was. Bitch pop. Bitch pop. The bitch pop sounds like the lollipop that they sell so that mean girls can literally suck on them while they judge you. You know? Weird. Anyways, thank you for trusting us with your track. Either way, we appreciate you being a subscriber as well, keeping the lights on. You know how it works. Thanks for lurking around all day, spending some time with us. Appreciate that. I don't know why. No, I'm kidding. I know why. Don't worry, you can trust me too, not AI. Well, I think you made this because there are errors in it. Not that you make errors, but that we make errors, especially me. Oh my God, how many errors I've made and how many I continue to make. Pretty crazy. Because it's based on how it makes a person feel, and an AI will never feel. Yeah. Yeah, AI, no matter how advanced, will capture human emotion and creativity because... Will capture? Will never. Okay, will never capture because it is based on how it makes a person feel, and an AI will never feel. An AI, not yet. Exactly. General Tips stole the words right out of my mouth. Not yet, but if they design an algorithmic equivalent for feelings, there is enough line of code in the universe. You know what I mean? Thank you, Weeb of Canada, for trusting us with your track. We're moving on to our last in the queue somehow. Ohio Kan, who's been with us and who's also been lurking. That one talking peanut. It's always that one talking peanut. What's up, man? I've been producing for 2 years. I've been producing, he in disclaimers puts it in, for 2 years or so right now. And I still don't know how to mix and master. Oh. Well... It gets easier the more you fuck up and the more you learn from those fuck ups and the more you figure out like what people have done before you is the quickest route to that, I'd say. You listen to what, you know, tools people employ for certain scenarios and yeah, you learn from them. I think that's a good trick. I like personally the workings of what's it called, Produce Like a Pro on YouTube. They've given me a lot of holy shit, I gotta try that right away moments, and I've had a lot of success with a lot of tricks that they have. So I like them. There was also Hardcore Music Academy got me a couple of tricks as well that I was like, oh, this changes everything. So like, yeah, I like a couple of those. I don't know if Hardcore Music Academy is even a thing anymore, but it is here. This is the Hardcore Music Academy if I've ever fucking heard it. Me too, I'm still using record presets on my vocals. Well, that's okay. Presets can save you a lot of time as long as you learn from those presets and make them work for your vocals. But don't worry about it, we'll let you know if that's the case. I don't even know how to use a compressor. I've talked about this on stream before. The compressor, all it does is it makes it so that loudness isn't as different. So that loudness literally just, if your vocal, when you examine my voice, let's do a fun thing together before we jump in here. Ohio Kan, appreciate your patience. If you're looking at my voice, you're seeing that different words and different things are at different volumes. This is literally volume on left and volume on right. Now it's a mono signal, so it's equal. There's equal amounts in the left and the right channel for all the frequencies. But if you see, different words have different volumes, and different volumes in different frequency registers. A compressor doesn't care about the frequency part, it cares only about the loudest point. So usually it's around this section. And all it will do is it'll just crush this section so that it squeezes down no matter how loud I talk. For instance, if I were to turn the compressor lower on this, let's say, I gotta remember it's at 10. If I were to turn it lower on this, it would overall affect the voice so that everything is squashed into one small package at minus 36 decibels. And it'll be quieter because I'm squashing its level. But then what you do, I'm not gonna do it here, but you essentially turn the vocals back up. And now you know what compression does. It essentially reduces volume's maximum level, quote unquote. And at which level of volume that it starts doing that, at which level is called the threshold. How fast after it crosses the threshold, I'm gonna turn this off now. How fast it crosses the threshold and starts working is called the attack. How many dB it reduces after it's crossed the threshold and after the attack starts working is called the ratio. It's like literally if for every dB going in, it's removing 1, or it's removing 2, it's removing 3, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 5 to 1. And how fast it stops working is the release. And all you're doing is controlling how much it crushes your vocals into a box, essentially, really is what it's doing. An AI like that would take millions of years to learn how to feel human emotion and require computational theory that is near impossible. It would essentially have to be a recreation of a human brain that has gone through billions of sensory information to achieve a rudimentary level of feeling and creativity. Right, and we have no way to quantify that yet, so it is effectively impossible currently. For now, is the key words there. Because eventually, with quantum computing being exponentially more efficient at higher processing, the more you give quantum computing, the more efficient it becomes, which is mind-blowing. Technically, that is the brain. That is the way the brain works. The more stimuli you give it, the more efficient it becomes at making problems. It resorts to fear and pleasure for those decision processes, but it is essentially that. The more stimuli you give it, the more you oversaturate it, the more efficient it becomes at making a split-second decision. That's emotion. It's crazy, but it's quantum computing is starting to discover how to compute emotion. It's pretty wild, and it's on its way. Just saying. The more you make, the more problems you run into. You figure out what or how to apply it to the next. Yeah, exactly. Every time you figure out that problem, you carry it over to the next one. I'm not good at finding problems / ways to make stuff sound better. Well, not yet. You gotta practice, dude. Come on. Obviously not yet. 2 years, I was bad. But I know when it needs to sound good, but I don't know how to make it sound good. Well, there are terminologies that will help you, and terminologies can be learned on the internet. So you're not good at finding problems, but you could be good at finding solutions for future problems if you want to be proactive about it. Go online and learn some shit, and then go and learn that, and go and apply that to your future problems. Pre-made audio effect racks in Ableton are my saving grace. That's good. That's a good starting point. Then you jump off from there and you change shit up. You figure out which change-ups sound better in which context. That's being an audio engineer, guys. It's like, you gotta just figure it out. It's like leveling, kind of. It is controlling leveling. It is literally controlling the level of your volume in a most elegant way. iRollercoaster, look, it's this handsome guy again live. How you doing, my dude? Nice. Welcome back. Now, one talking peanut. You put a compressor on your master and crank the gain until you hit 0 lufs. Don't mess with anything else on it. They mess with the sound. I'm glad you're joking because I was about to have a panic attack right there. I was be like, oh my God, what have we done? We have Canada. Think of a compressor as your mom telling you to clean up your room. The threshold is how well you clean it, and the output is how much you complain. No, I would say the threshold is how much clothes are on the floor before your mom starts yelling at you to clean it, and how quickly she yells at you after she notices those clothes on the floor is the attack. And how loudly or how little space she leaves you in the conversation would be the ratio. And then how quickly she goes away after you've cleaned up is the release. I think is more of an apt description for that. But a good thing, like, it's like, okay, there's too many clothes on this floor. How quickly does mom react? Attack. At what point, at what level of dirt and clothes on your floor is the threshold? That's funny. That's a good way. I'm gonna start using that, weeb. It's a good image. Honestly, ChatGPT is a boss for teaching music production. Yeah! Also, we just talked about AI in the most dirty light possible because someone lied about using it. How about you don't lie about using it? How about you go on ChatGPT and say, well, describe to me as if I'm a 5-year-old what a compressor does in audio. I swear to God, they're great for that kind of logical computation stuff. They're not good for creative stuff yet, but they're great for explaining shit and helping you break down even writing, creative writing. It's pretty good so far. Creative problem solving, excellent at it. Really, really good tool. I've been at it for around 3 and showing my songs to people like this improved my shit the most. Yeah, so I mean, feedback streams is another way to get better. You just submit your music and you say, hey, what do you think of this? What needs to be improved? Quick, easy solution. Do you prefer number-based music production or ear-based? I don't know what that question means. I would say ear-based because I don't operate only through numbers in music, not exclusively. My brain is trying to evolve over time. It's like my battery full in I'm a overload. Yeah, I get what you mean. And Ohio Can, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it so much. We're gonna jump on this either way. We're gonna open this up so that we don't forget to do it because you are the last on the queue for now. Pounds Like a Sam, I thought you would think that was funny, that joke. I appreciate that. Yup, it does really good things for learning. Do you prefer number-based or peer-based? Yes, I love that answer. Yup, it really does good things for learning. Yep. ChatGPT extracted MIDI from the chorus of this song. Fuck! Balls, sack, fuck. No. Oh, a ban. Someone just asked for a ban, guys. Someone just asked for a ban. Look at that. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for asking for the ban. What I mean, for example, was watching a mixing course and he started talking about maths with hertz and stuff. Oh yeah, it's all math. It's when you break it down long enough, it's all math. But at the end of the day, the math does not trump the ear. Ever. 24 days, 24, I don't know where I was going with this. 7 days a week and twice on Sunday. If you go ears, numbers, you will have a good time. If you go numbers over ears, you're going to have scientifically perfect music that might suck balls. Hands down. Go with your ear. Always. And sometimes there are decisions that your ear does not know to make. But that's, yeah. If you're stuck at some point, you can always add more air horns. It doesn't help, but yeah. Okay, what a better note than to start Teenage Graveyard God by Young Brown Skin Kid, otherwise known as Ohio Can. I appreciate, again, all your patience in this. We had a very existential conversation about musical production, and we're enjoying ourselves at the same time, so that's nice. As a glitch artist, I'm just drumming with multiple sounds, which gets really math-based, but I have to hear it out to make an actual musical melody. Right. You start with the math, but then you finish with the ears. That's a good way of saying it. Knowing the theory is a good way to avoid a lot of shit that could never work. Yes, actually. Yeah, in theory it would never work, but in practice it just kind of works, absolutely. When I listen to music, I can direct the sound coming to my ears to a different place, and then I see that I can reflect this to my vocals, etc. Yeah, you hear it. You hear what you can do. And we are going to hear what we can do about this song together at once. Teenage Graveyard God by Young Brown Skin Kid. Thank you so much. And let's go.
Beynimi kilitlerim görmen zor gibi kendimi sevmem bile benim zor bir şey yapmam benden istediğini yaparım hayatımı sikecek eyleme her gün aynı terane bu tip insanlar kapışır birbirleriyle bütün olacağım bak ben bu inimde çıkamam çünkü bufflar beni kalmadı empatim anlamı beni risk bile atmam kulağın yok mu sikik geçirtmeyeceğim üstüne senin nasıl böyle oldu ben bile bilmem kendimi taklit etmesi zorken değişir Yok tabi benim beklentim hayatım yüzümü söyleyeyim. Ailesine sürüklenirim ölene kadar sürünebilirim. Her şey kolay sanki istediğim sikmek beynimi. Gelişmek için belirlediğim tek bu tekniğim. Bazen zor gelse de bazı şeyler tek cover dinleyip final level cutscene açıp gözyaşı dökmek blunt gibi. Asla hayatta durmayı sevmem, devam etmek için gaza basmam lazım. Süreçler için sabırımı lazım, sabırsızım ama yine de temel attım. Her gün ölümle oynadım, kendimden hiç kaçmadım. Dediğim gibi kanadı, böyle gidiyorum ne yaparsın? Takılıyorum spontane, şans diye bir şey yok bende. Olur ya da olmaz umurumda değil, senin right at day yine bana ne? Bulursun her şey bir kalıp tabi, aptal gibi denersen. Ayna yazar dizeler, arka koltuğa geçsen. Algılarımı çoktan siktim, her ortamda farklı biriyim. Programlanmış NPC'yim, senaryoma alıştım gibi. Dungeon daha açılmadı tatlım, ey kemikten yaptım. Giremez görünmez kancık, üçlümü ben şeytanla sardım. Deneseydim olmayı bir fake bir pişmanlık doluydu. Evrenim diyemezdim benimle cemleyin, bu barlar kadar gerçeğim. Beynimi kilitledim görmen zor gibi, kendimi sevmem bile benim zor bir şey yapmam. Benden istediğini yaparım, hayatımı sikecek eyleme. Her gün aynı terane, bu tip insanlar kapışır birbirleriyle. Bütün olacağım bak ben bu inimde, çıkamam çünkü bufflar beni. Kalmadı empatim anlamı beni, diş bile atmam kılığın yok mu sikik. Geçirtmeyeceğim üstüne seni bunu bil. Nasıl böyle oldu ben bile bilmem, kendimi taklit etmesi zorken değişirim her gece her gün ruhen. Ararım onu ama bulamam bence. Teenage Graveyard Guard. Yapmacık oldu. Bu da.
Thank you, Fork Meat Daddy, for following us on that last note. On that last note, which was very weird. Look, I'm not against that last note. You just have to go into this knowing you're being a bit goofy about it. Scratch the coming back, more like they got emotionally hardened. Okay, fair. Last part took me out. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I don't know if I like this, but it's funny. So if you're not taking yourself seriously there, Ohio-kan, that's fine. That's fine. It should be fine. It's very funny even. Okay, let's get into this. The volume differences between the quiet parts here, especially. There's not so bad, but the volume difference between this part and the first part is pretty drastic, though. Yeah, we're jumping from like -20 to like 0. It's loud. It's loud. That's a good idea, Weeb. I haven't done it in a while. It's loud, bro. It's pretty fucking loud. I wouldn't necessarily make it. I would maybe introduce something like just to say that there's we can expect this to climb up in a second, and it doesn't just make us go like, whoa, fucking hell. Like this shit literally made me recoil too much. Let's see. Okay, there's this overall note that I have here for you, Ohio-kan. Your vocals, they're for the most part pretty good. Like, I don't know the lyrics at all, obviously. I'm talking about the timing. Pitch we won't even talk about because you're using auto-tune, so you're out of that competition. I think you are just ever so slightly off time in certain sections. And it doesn't happen very often, but it happens enough in different sections for me to go like, I would like you to be a little tighter than that. I think it happened early in this section here.
Olacağım bak ben bu inimde, çıkamam çünkü bufflar beni. Kalmadı empatim anlamı beni, diş bile atmam kılığın yok mu sikik. Geçirtmeyeceğim üstüne seni bunu bil. Nasıl böyle oldu ben bile bilmem, kendimi taklit.
I don't know what the point of this here was also.
Düşürtmeyeceğim üstüne seni. Bunu bil. Nasıl
Like, why don't we just put that in the left and right? We're going to talk about the stereo image in a minute here, Sigma Delta Wave, because you do make a good point, and that one talking peanut did say snare to stereo, which we will also talk about. Also, Sigma Delta Wave is like going to the woods without a map. You might end up where you wanted to go, but most likely you'll get lost. That's a good simile right there. I'm saying that's not leaving my room is buffing me. Actually, I'm saying that not leaving my room is buffing me, etc. Actually, talking about vibes. Cool. I don't know. That's good to know. But either way, there are moments where you're just slightly off. You're starting just a tiny bit early. It's nitpicky. It's nitpicky. But if you had perfect, flawless flow, this would have been just ready. You know, like ready.
sürüklenirim. Ölene kadar sürünebilirim. Her şey kolay sanki.
Here, like when you start that sentence, how is it like it's just ahead of the beat?
Hayat amacımız yok tabi benim beklentim. Hayat amacımı söyleyeyim. Ailesine sürüklenirim. Ölene kadar sürünebilirim. Her şey kolay sanki istediğim sikmek beynime. Gelişmek için belirli.
Like those lyrics, they just start rushing ahead of the beat, and the reason that I'm able to hear so clearly that they are ahead of the beat is because we have a reference, right? We have the hi-hats that are right on the beat. So an easy way to cheat this: sync up your hi-hats with your vocals so that it doesn't sound as offensive. Because right now it sounds just ever so slightly off. Most of my flows come from my writing technique, like improvisation. Okay, cool. And improvisation is good for inspiration. It is good for gaining ideas. But then when you talk about a finished song, if you're not perfect at improvisation, then you edit yourself, right? You fix the issues, or you re-perform it until you get it right. Go on my stream that I did yesterday. Check how many takes I had to do of the vocals before I was happy with one that I got. Like, I think it was something like 20 or so, 30 in a row that I tried. And it's like, that's not even that much for me. I will do it until I get it right, in my opinion of what is right. This, in my opinion, is not yet right. It is close. And the imperfection, to a certain extent, is almost like charming, like we hear that you are a human and not an AI, right? But early is not great. Late is better. Early is not great. And when you're starting your beat early, or when you're rushing your words to the next verse, it doesn't sound like flow, that one talking peanut. It sounds like blow. No, it sounds like you're a bit amateurish, honestly. When you rush, it's like you're too excited to get to your next verse instead of taking your time getting there. Like, there's a lot of things in drumming where when you have a drummer that always rushes the beat, you are considered a bit of an amateur. Similarly to if you can't stop dragging the beats, you're an amateur. But at least dragging has some sort of lethargic, sort of slow down feel. You know what I mean? Crochet by Rose, how you doing? I try so hard to write everything that's in my mind. It took me 5 hours to write that. That's good. So you get those ideas out, and then you practice rapping them until every syllable is exactly where you want it to be. And that's how you get to be the best. You just keep practicing. You just keep working until you get used to it. Your snare and some things are not stereo enough. Your snare is not one of them. The snare is really too stereo. I would take that snare and I would spread it out left and right occasionally. Like I would like throw it on every 4 or every like 8 or something like that. So now...
Tek bu tekniğim. Bazen zor gelse de bazı şeyler tek cover dinleyip.
There's no reason for it to be so spread left and right all the time. It's really just taking up space that it doesn't deserve necessarily. I'm going to give another minute or two here because I got one more idea after that. And then there are some other things, by the way, about the stereo that do not have any stereo, and they should be. Some of those synths could very well ride a little bit left and right. Some of those like organ sort of sounds could really spread left and right. It is automatic that the flow does not go straight, by the way. Okay. So practice it being automatic that it does, and then you will be able to decide when it doesn't go straight and when it does not. So you can have control on that. What? Like ad, ad. What? And ad kusad, and again ad. What? I don't know what point you're trying to make. Is it a syllable thing? Yeah, I'm with you, Talking Peanut. I'm like, what? What? I will make my next. I don't know exactly. Yeah. I will make my last point here. This is kind of a big thing. It's kind of like you should probably think of this first next time, because you're going to have to go over your entire track and kind of re-look it over. I don't think having an 808 playing one, maybe two notes throughout is the move with a song like this. I think you want bass. Am I getting that? Let's see what we can do with this that'll make it sound a little better.
Her şey kolay sanki. Hayat amacımı söyleyeyim. Ailesine sürüklenirim. Ölene kadar sürünebilirim. Her şey kolay sanki, istediğim sikmek beynimi. Gelişmek için belirlediğim tek bu tekniğim. Bazen zor gelse de bazı şeyler tek cover dinleyip final level cutscene açıp gözyaşı dökmek blunt gibi. Asla hayatta durmayı sevmem. Devam etmek için gaza basmam lazım. Süreçler için sabırım lazım. Sabırsızım ama yine de temel attım. Her gün ölümle oynadım. Kendimden hiç kaçmadım. Dediğim gibi kanadı. Böyle gidiyorum, ne yaparsın? Takılıyım spontane. Şans diye bir şey yok bende. Olur ya da olmaz, umurumda değil. Senin right at day, yine bana ne? Bulursun her şey bir kalıp, tabi aptal gibi denersen. Ayna yazar dizeler, arka koltuğa geçsen.
I like that song better now with a bass line. Like all of a sudden, this song lights up with a bass line instead of just having the 808s that are playing. What note is it?
Tek bu tekniğim, bazen zor gelse.
The wrong note, also. They could have been the right note at least. They're playing the F. Right? I think that's the one.
Bazı şeyler tek cover dinleyip.
It's playing the wrong note, dude. Your note is E flat. And it's playing this one. So the 808's in the wrong key. At least if the 808 was in the right key, I would have said maybe, but it's in the wrong key, so fix that, I think, would be a priority of mine, personally. Because it sounds okay, but it does not sound great. It's like 808s are a fun tool to have, but they don't necessarily reflect the reality that your song needs an actual bass to go with the chords. Do the vocals drown out the wrong note like curtains? No, this has nothing to do with your vocals. The 808 that you chose, this one here,
İstediğim sikmek beynimi. Gelişmek için belirlediğim tek bu tekniğim. Bazen zor gelse de.
the vocals do not drown out the wrong note. The vocals, if anything, are dependent on the right note, so it sounds even more awkward without it. So it's like, nope, they need the better bass. You need to make a bass line, in my opinion, is what your last, like the big thing for your song. It needs a bass line. Because right now it's just 808s. I don't like that. I don't love 808s already as it is. I find that they're like kind of overused in music in general, but they achieve a very solid, they do a very solid job of achieving big bass. So using them as a texture to write your bass line is one thing. Using them as the bass line on one note is almost like a kick and a bass at the same time. Incorrect. Factually speaking. But that's it, dude. I mean, it's not a bad song. Either way, it's not a bad song. I think you got some tweaks to do. I don't know necessarily what point you were making with the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, but when you work on vocals, when you're talking about like vocals that have repetitive syllables or like repetitive consonants, no, syllables was the word. Repetitive syllables that make you do 16th notes is what they're called. It's like drumming, okay? Look. I drum, right? And if I don't practice with my drumsticks, yeah, it's called 1 ienda, 2 ienda. That's how you count timing, right? If I don't practice with my drumsticks, these are not a matched pair. If I don't practice with my drumsticks, if I don't do the... You know what I mean? Like, those 16th notes will sound less clean and I will not be able to control them if I don't practice them at different tempos. So I don't know what you need to do to practice your tempos, but I don't need... Am I illustrating the point? If the rhythm is... I can't do it with one hand either way, but that's like work with a metronome. Practice your timing. Make sure that you are on it. And you'll get better. Because that's how everything in music works. The more time you put in, the better you get. I wish I had my drums set up so I can show you what I mean. But it's important, yo. You're in rap. You're doing rap. You know how much good rap is out there? Do you know like how good Tech Nine is to me? Do you know how good they have to be to say those things? Bone Thugs and Harmony. It's gotta be that good, dude. You have to really get to that level if you ever really want to do shit you can take yourself seriously for, but shit other people can take you seriously for too. You have to aspire to that level. I did 150 tracks for 2 years. Well, it sounds like you practiced for 2 years. You practiced making tracks for 2 years. 150 tracks, if I go through all 150 of those, if someone could pay me enough to go through all 150 of those songs, unlikely, and I listened to all of them, I bet you only made 10 actual full tracks in 2 years. What, with all of the material that you made in that span of that 2 years, I'll bet you only made 10 actual songs worth of music, and it's going to take cutting a lot from one and extracting it and pasting it to another. It's going to have to take a lot of stuff. But it's practice. You practiced making music for 2 years and you're at this level after 2 years. Congratulations. That's better than a lot of people after 2 years. Now get better. Now get as good as Tech Nine. Get as good as Bone Thugs and Harmony. Get as good as Eminem. Let's say it. He's one of the greatest. Let's not lie. Busta Rhymes is up there. Monosyllabically, saying as a human can only say one syllable at a time physically. Those are among the best, technically speaking. Get to that level. You know what I mean? You got electronic or acoustic drums. These are, technically they are acoustic drums, but I put mesh heads on them and put triggers on them, so they're fully sized electric drums, and I love that. And they work usually really decent, enough to get the idea down, but not the best. First cigarette in 10 hours? Yes, Queen! Do not give in to the cravings as much as you can. I've been trying to hold off myself. Like, I fucking love cigarettes, and I've been trying to hold off on smoking as much as possible. But every now and then, I'm just like, fuck this. Life's too short. Planning to go to music in university. I can't stop my brain if it wants it like a drug, and it's obsessed. Well, good. Keep taking that drug. Not cigarettes. Not other drugs. Well, some drugs, I guess, are fine. But, like, well done on wanting that. That is half the struggle, is actually wanting to put in the work. But now putting in the work is like... Actually, let's not lie. It's like 80% of the work. It's like 20% is wanting it and 80% is doing it. Let's not lie here. I remember crying sometimes because I couldn't express the creativity in my head. There's ways to do that, man. There's ways to do that. Ooh, double bass pedals? I need them though. I need some. I wish I did have double bass pedals. Not just cigarette. Okay, well, listen. It's fine. Be careful with cigarettes because long term they'll get you. Like the numbers are in. The math is in. If there's one area we can trust math more than our ears, it's fucking cigarettes. Just be careful with them. But have some fun, while you can. Same, it feels like an orgasm with each puff. Oh, my girl, I feel you. Oh my God, that is, I want, you know what? I'm going to take a puff of weed just to feel that throat hit. I don't want to be peep. I don't know what that means. What brand do you smoke? I smoke DKs. DKs being what, of course? I don't know what DKs are. I smoke, so this is going to sound snobbish, but my girlfriend used to live in France, and she manages, when she goes to and from, to get some French Marlboros, so I'm okay with that, I'm okay with those. I kind of love those, actually. Fucking like my favorite cigarettes of all time. I have to use it because of my ADHD problem. This works a lot better than cigarettes for ADHD, in my opinion, in my experience, Ohio-kan. Marijuana works a whole lot better than cigarettes, and it's a lot better for your health. Donkey Kong, okay, peanut. Cigarettes, Quebec cigs, I don't know DKs. I could be wrong, but like, are they like studios or like what are those Pall Malls and shit? Are they like really not great? I don't love them. I switched to vaping long term, who knows, but healthier for me short term over cigarettes. For now, dude, but be careful, man. A lot of people getting popcorn lung, getting internal bleeding. I don't know if it's better. It's certainly not better for my voice. Vaping affects me far more drastically than cigarettes. That's for sure. That's for me. I don't have any sustain or longevity when I'm smoking vapes, but when I smoke cigarettes, when I smoke weed, it wears out faster, but not as fast as vapes. Vapes is scary fast. If I don't smoke, I need to use Adderall, and I don't want to use this. It fucked my brain. Yeah, Adderall is basically speed, right? So like it's meth. It's methylphenidate, but like the most concentrated form of methylphenidate yet. So be careful with that because it's fucking meth. I took a form of methylphenidate when I was a youngin'. Didn't really help. I was diagnosed with ADHD and everything as well, Ohio-kan. I have like an actual doctor diagnosis who gave me medication for it. And you know what? This has been my best treatment of it so far. Hands down, this right here. Just saying. If I don't smoke, no, we said that. Friends, I have to go to my local carnival and do wild section of drugs. May I catch you later again? Speaking of drugs, enjoy it. Pounds like a Sam, thank you for sticking with us this entire time. We are ending the stream at this point anyways. Am I the only one in chat who doesn't smoke? You don't have to smoke in life. Just like if you have like severe ADHD and you're between that and Adderall or Ritalin, I would say smoke some weed. In my paranoia phase for weed right now, so I can't smoke it for a bit. Yeah, there's that is a very real phenomenon for a lot of people with weed, is that the paranoia starts to set in. I tend to think of that as more of an internal problem than an external one. So maybe it's therapy that you would need, but there are some types of weed that are just like fucking mind-blowingly paranoia prone, and I stray away from those either way. I smoke more often than like heavy shit. I'm on them Lucy and Ons. I don't know what those are. Is it like Bifenton? Is that that's what I used to take. Well, the popcorn lung was from Mad Chemicals back in the day. Yeah, I've seen some evidence of it in vapes as well, though, Tips, so you gotta be careful. Blunt is so heavier. I guess it is. I guess it is. It is a little bit heavier for some people. Again, I've habituated myself to it over years and years of smoking. A lot of practice. Again, it always comes back down to practice. But it actually channels my thoughts a lot more efficiently. It's why I smoke on stream. Because I'm like, honestly, my thoughts kind of run rampant sometimes, and the voices in my head, I want to say them all at the same time. And then this is just kind of like, chill. But I breathe better, can go jogging, and have my sense of smell, and stopped wheezing from all the cigs I used to smoke. Well, listen, dude, if it helps, bottom line, if you can go jogging again, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Good for you. It's slow release meth. Yeah, exactly. Methylamphetamine, kind of. Methylphenidate, right? So it's derived from the same ingredient. The molecule is not much different, and it is essentially there to increase interest in things that your brain would focus on from one moment to another. It either has the greatest effect in the world on people with ADHD, or does very little. I've seen both. I'm not saying it's for no one. I'm just saying this works better for me. Take care. Sounds like a Sam. Nice to see you as always. Can be active in life when there's a dopamine deficiency. That's true. Like, a lot of people do not do well when there's dopamine deficiency, but at that point, that's called depression. That's not called ADHD. That's called depression. And that's treated different ways. I don't like SSRIs, but if they change your life and they make you feel much, much better, they might be for you for a while. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, you know? That's what I thought too. It was like some form of weird drug. Lucy and On are brand of nicotine pouches. Oh, I didn't know. I don't like those that much. I've never tried too many brands. I don't know what the fuck Lucy and On are, but I don't really love nicotine pouches, nor do I like patches in general. I feel like I have to explain myself the reason everything I do, and I see it as progress, and it's hard to do this without dopamine. Oh, explain to yourself the reason for everything you do, and I see it as progress, and it's hard to do this without dopamine. Yeah, if you can explain to yourself why you need to do something and you believe yourself, no bullshit, you believe yourself, that's a good way to sort of like proceed in life. But you're right, dopamine makes that process a little easier. It's just not the only thing that's necessary, dude. You just got to be careful with that, because dopamine is like, you could get a dopamine dependency. You start going on social media so often, it's a real good way to get dopamine and serotonin problems. Real good way. I've installed Facebook and Instagram for my cell phone. I feel literally 10 times better than when I had it on my cell phone. I feel like my first echoes of self-worth since I stopped giving a fuck. I still have Instagram, I still have Facebook, not on my cell phone. It's just not a day-to-day thing for me. It is well, Facebook I do check pretty often. I'll be honest with you. It's been creeping back in for some time, and it's almost like back to its subconscious state. But it's on my computer. It's not on my phone. If I'm out, I'm not on Facebook or I'm not on Instagram. If I'm out, that's that. I've been in it for years, so I'm selective in my juices, and I don't try to push it on anyone. That's the way to go about it. That's what the Quran says to do, to not push anything on anyone at any time. Technically, that's funny that you would think that. Selling meth form of Adderall. First time I use the medicine, I feel like, oh my God, I'm better on everything. There you go. But it has long-term effects because it's meth, right? Ohio Con, I don't think I said this yet, but thank you for allowing us to listen to your song, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you not only being open to talking about it. Whoops. We appreciate you not only being open to talk about it, but open to improve it. I hope you are open to improve it, because I think that there is a couple of things that need improvement in it. So I would say it's what better time than the present to improve those things. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your truck. Truck. Thank you for trusting us with your truck. Is it a Chevy? Toyota? Fucking hell. Think about it this way. I can't stop watching reels, but when I get a dopamine, I realize that making music is more enjoyable activity than watching reels. Reels is bullshit. That's why I smoke a blunt instead, because it's really made me an addict. Okay, well, there you go. There's the idea. It's you see that there are activities that make you happier than others, and that is essentially you realizing yourself. And that happens to me sometimes too when I'm listening to like music reels, specifically music reels of like how to produce and stuff like that, and this riff comes on and it gives me an idea for a riff, or this production tip comes on and it gives me an idea of how to tackle a problem I've been trying to tackle for months or weeks, whatever. That's a good like transition, like, oh, I just got to do this thing. And that's when I let my ADHD empower me. And this is where people go like, well, what do you mean? How can you let that empower you? You take your brain's directional like distraction and let it distract you from the shit that is bad for you, such as social media. So when I'm on YouTube and I can't stop watching these music reels, at some point or another, that ADHD, the idea doesn't stop turning in my brain, and I have to like execute it, and I have to get it down on paper or on tape. Otherwise I go fucking nuts. And that literal disease that doctors like diagnose you with as a child or otherwise, that literal thing that's wrong with you, suddenly just potentially inspired you. It just potentially distracted you from something that was causing your dopamine receptors to be miscalibrated. Suddenly, that disease is a super fucking power. And what good thing about people that I know with ADHD, they may not be able to focus on one thing for a long time, but if they are focused on one thing for a long time, it's for a long ass time. We zone in, we tunnel in, and we just fucking double, triple, quadruple down. I've spent an entire day in the studio making like a 50-second song. It was one that I played on the stream, actually. It was one that I had played in the intro of the video. It was like a Ruby of the Sea. It's a cover I did of a YouTube D&D group. Which, by the way, Weeb of Canada, let me know when or if you're doing a sub campaign. Would absolutely love to join. You know, I might just. It might be in a bit because I'm running 2 campaigns plus 1 shots right now. Plus I'm playing in another campaign, so it might be in a bit. But I'm thinking it's going to be far more when things move around for the stream a little bit, which might not be for long. We'll see about that. I'll have to keep you guys posted on that. It's power, but if I can't use my potential, it drives me to depression. Yeah, I'm just 18. I want to live these dreams. We all do, man. We all do. We all absolutely do. What you do with your time is really how you live those dreams. What you do with your actions is how you live those dreams. It's that you can tell me you're 18 and you want to live all of these dreams and you don't want to be depressed all you want. But the reality is, if you want it enough, you'll stop talking about it and you'll just do it. And I'm not saying you're not doing it. I'm not saying that you're just by talking about it, you're not doing it. I'm saying that at some point or another, I could tell you anything or everything that you need to hear about your music, but when you pull the trigger after analyzing, just like you say you spend most of your time analyzing, when you pull the trigger and learn from that, and then pull another trigger and learn from that, and you keep trying and failing, you end up doing more than just sitting and analyzing or listening or following or liking and subscribing. Although if you guys want to subscribe, I'm totally on board with that. That said, I think depression is the mind feeling like it's lost control over its own host. One form of control or another. It's not necessarily like you're a zombie now. It's not necessarily that someone is like manipulating you into having no control. It's nothing like that. It is more that there is an aspect in your life where your brain cannot grasp how to mitigate. And that's a bad feeling, but a worse feeling is believing it. And that is depression. That is depression. It is a horrible feeling. And I think one of the many steps necessary to get ourselves out of that, gratitude and action. Just be grateful for what you got. You try your best. You don't take anything personally. And you are as close to what you can do just by your own actions to not being depressed. After that, there might be some medication that might be necessary. We might not know. You know, there might be chemical imbalances, there might be other conditions, there might be trauma. We can't possibly know. But as long as you're doing all those things, what else can you do, really? I don't know. On that note, I think we're going to end this stream. For example, I recently got crazy and thought about this issue for 14 hours and learned that it was true. I was born left-handed and my main hand is my left hand, but I continued my life as a right-handed person. This recently I started using my left hand and realized that my focus had increased. Yeah, because you're not subconsciously putting more effort into something. It's just naturally for you. What's wrong with being left-handed? I'm not left-handed, but what's wrong with being left-handed? I don't understand people. Thanks, Weeb. Yeah, I don't fucking understand people who think left-handed is like some form of weird thing. It's like, no, are you fucking serious? Come on. In general, you are less focused. You are less focused on like You're not living through a filter, essentially, to express yourself. That's really what it is. The filter of thought sometimes impedes. If you were to just switch hands, I'm not a lefty and I have a joint, but if you were to just switch hands and suddenly you're expressing yourself with less thought, with that little less thought. Sometimes the best writing that I do is when I'm fucking exhausted and I want to go to bed. Sometimes the best writing comes from that. I'm up like creating Dungeons and Dragons shit, and I'm like trying very hard to write something all day and it's not coming, and then at night I'm starting to get tired, and then like suddenly my brain just like has one thought that turns into another thought, that turns into another thought, that turns into another thought, and it's just like once your filter is off, it's really when you just let it all out. And some of those thoughts are not great because you're tired, but then the next day you edit, you fix your shit. I can focus on something that really makes me passionate, but good luck getting me to listen to your day at work without pulling out my phone or sucking on my vape. This lighter is out of fluid. This is all making me want to smoke, but see, that's the thing though. I understand the distraction technique. I understand that. But I think there might be something else there. Like something when you hear about someone's day and you don't care about them, there might be you might feel like no one has empathy for your day, so why should you have empathy for someone else's? And that goes to a more deep-seated issue, because I personally love hearing about people's like exploits. There are times where I'm more distractible. Like that is more the exception. I enjoy hearing about people's like sort of progress in life. That's why social media is super powerful to a lot of us. Maybe it's because you're overexposing yourself to that on social media, so the people who are in your real life, you're like, I've seen all of this and more and much more exciting shit on my phone. So again, maybe your dopamine sensors or receptors are uncalibrated, and you might not care about people for other underlying issues. But that doesn't sound normal to me. That doesn't sound good to me. Feelings like anxiety disappear when I switch to my left brain. My feelings are changing. Social media is all about propaganda and drama shit I don't like so much. I get it. Yeah, I kind of feel that way as well. I'm not a huge social media guy in general. As a matter of fact, I'm bad at it for even the stuff like the stream. But one thing's for sure, it works for a reason. So we got to be careful about that. Anyways, that's it, guys. That's what I got. Tune in next week as I get a new notebook. I'm going to have to figure it out. Everybody say goodbye to my first stream notebook ever. Assistant to the regional manager. It has served me well. So has this pen, but it as well is running out of ink. Yeah. It is an end of an era as I put this notebook away somewhere deep in a closet. And then we figure out what we're going to do with it by then. So yeah, next week we should be back. The Office mentioned. Of course, dude. The Office is the show that plays while we sleep. It's like hands down. Although Brooklyn Nine-Nine has been on the table these days. Michael Schur, right? Michael Schur is an amazing show creator. He's like the show creator of his era, of his generation. But anyways, yeah, we have enjoyed everyone in here sharing their songs and sharing their works of art. Appreciate you all. Thank you to the subscribers for keeping the lights on. Thank you to the lurkers for keeping that view count high. We appreciate every single one of you. And we will see you on the next stream. Should be next week. But until then... Should I wait more? No, this is boring. Toodaloo, motherfuckers! See you guys.